Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, August the 25th. It is 1 p.m. We're here to talk about the real boss. Kelly, the floor is yours.
Thank you for having us. I'm Kelly Medina. I'm the interim director for the Human Services Department, and I'll have the team introduce themselves first, and then we'll get started on our boss memo updates.
I'm Emily Langford, supervisor for senior services here on behalf of Chad, who's gone.
And I'm Kelly Kirkpatrick. I manage family services.
I am Cecilia Delis, finance analyst for human services. Sorry. I am Cecilia Delis, finance analyst for human services.
Norma Saldana with Economic Assistance Manager.
Perfect, and I'll let Ceci drive with the quarterly financials.
Thank you, Kelly. Good afternoon, Board of Commissioners. We're going to go through the second quarter budget versus actual year to date. This is January through June. Admin and economic assistance, second quarter 2026 revenue is approximately $15,000 lower than the same period in 2025. Through the second quarter, the program has received 40% of its budgeted revenue compared to 57% at the same point in 2025. Expenditures are also lower than the prior year, totaling $875,000 in 2026 compared to $963,000 in 2025. Overall, revenues and expenditures continue to track within expected ranges and will be monitored throughout the remainder of the year. TANF, second quarter 2026, revenues are approximately $2,000 lower than the same period last year. Expenditures are also lower than the prior year due to the timing of payments. For example, invoices from Aspen Youth Center were received this month in August. Program activity will continue to be monitored to ensure expenditures align with the budget. CCAP, childcare, revenues and expenditure are higher than the same period in 2025, mainly due to increased program participation as more eligible Pickens County families access child care assistance, along with higher provided reimbursement rates. Staff continue to closely monitor expenditures and available state funding as participation remains high. A fourth quarter budget supplemental request is planned to account for the higher than budgeted program activity and expenditures. Child welfare. Child welfare expenditures are at 49% of the annual budget. Through the second quarter of 2026, in line with the percentage of the year completed. Costs can fluctuate depending on the needs of children and families, particularly when higher cost services are required. Staff continue to monitor expenditures and maximize available state and federal funding. Adult protection services. Through the second quarter, APS has received 47% of its budgeted revenue, or $21,000 approximately, which is consistent with the percentage of the year completed. Expenditures are at 30% of budget, primarily due to the timing of expenditures, and are expected to align more closely with the budget by year end. Child support services. Revenue through the second quarter is 47% of budget, consistent with the percentage of the year completed. Expenditures are at 21% of the budget, approximately $39,000. And this is primarily due to timing of payments to other governments, like Garfield County. Total programs, overall second quarter results remain positive. At the midpoint of the year, revenues are at 48% of budget and expenditures are at 45% of budget. These results are generally consistent with the percentage of the year completed and reflect effective fiscal management, timely reporting, and reimbursement of state and federal funds. Conclusion, the variance between expenditure and revenues through the second quarter has improved significantly compared to 2025. This positive trend, first observed during the first quarter of 2026, has continued through the second quarter, and we anticipate it will continue throughout the remainder of the fiscal year. Staff will continue to monitor program activity, revenues, and expenditures to ensure budgets remain aligned with operational needs and to address any emerging trends proactively. Here is your expenditures by quarter, and we ask the Board of Commissioners to please make a motion to approve the 2026 second quarter expenditures.
Motion to approve.
Second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was easy.
Now Norva is going to walk us through the Economic Assistance Direct Client Benefits. Thank you.
Hello. So I'm going to represent the second quarter for Economic Assistance Direct Clients Benefits. We can see in the program for the aid to the needy disabled, that A&D, the year-to-date expenditures decreased 51% from $1,528 for 2025 year to $744 on 2026. The lower expenditures reflects decreased program utilization. Continue outreach through Recovery Resource and nonprofit community partners. Partnerships help connect residents with disabilities and other vulnerable individuals to available assistance. We can see in the old aid pension and the OAP program, we did receive in the second quarter 26 new adult financial applications. There are 8 active OAP cases open that on the end of the reporting period. The year-to-date expenditures decreased 32% from $12,159 to $8,221. The participation remains limited due to strict financial eligibility requirements and the high cost of living in Pickens County. Some of the older adults relocate to more affordable communities or delay Social Security retirement benefits, contributing to lower participation. For the LEAP program, the Low Income Energy Assistance Program, year-to-date expenditures decreased 46% from $2,554 to $1,381. The decline is consistent with the program's seasonal application period that the season starts on November 1st through April 30th. There is a bilingual outreach campaign planned for October in English and Spanish. The outreach will encourage eligibility households to prepare documentation and apply when the program opens in November. Colorado Works. Year-to-date, the expenditures increased significantly from $932 to $6,952. We have received 26 new applications in the second quarter. Participation remains relatively low due to income eligibility limits. Provides assistance with rent, utilities, and other supported services on this program. Supports family experience temporary financial hardship while working towards stability and self-sufficiency. The SNAP, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, we received in the second quarter 125 new food assistance applications. There were 6 expedited food assistance applications. We have right now 212 active SNAP households serving 290 individuals. Year-to-date expenditures decreased 4% from 185,332 to 177,644. Participation remains relatively stable compared with the second quarter on 2025. The division continues to prioritize timely applications processing, access to benefits, and outreach to household experience food insecurity. Any questions?
Questions for Norma?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve the 2026 second quarter payroll, and thank you.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Francie. Further questions, further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We'll jump into some quick divisional program updates. I know Norma did a lot right now through the financial side, and then she'll have another opportunity to provide additional updates. But starting with the admin side of human services, we've been really focused during this interim period of just maintaining the continuity of operations, making sure that we continue to support staff, and maintaining a collaborative team approach in terms of decision making and how do we deliver services. We're really looking ahead in terms of some of the impacts that we continue to follow throughout the HR1 provisions that are going to be implemented, and just monitoring the fiscal and operational impacts it'll have through SNAP, Medicaid, and CCAP. And we'll continue to keep the BoCC informed as the state and federal implementation guidance develops. And so just know that there's a lot of conversations happening at the state right now with SNAP cost sharing and what that might look like. It's not all set in stone, but we're keeping our eyes on it, and we'll communicate if there's significant information that you guys need to follow up on. And then a quick update on Healthy Community Fund. As you all are aware, we do administer the program, and so we'll continue the implementation of the 2027 annual grant cycle. And so we've closed out the applications. We've received them. The CGRC is now in the process of reviewing them next month, and then they'll be coming to you sometime in November with their recommendations. Anything else, Cal? Okay. And I'll pass the mic to Norma.
This is some updates for economic assistance. We had a HIPAA management evaluation and successfully completed. It was on July 22nd through virtual in-person's review. The evaluation included 15 comprehensive modules and 200 plus review questions covering eligibility, program integrity, quality assurance, member experience, training, physical control, and cybersecurity. The division strengthened compliance and consistency by developing 2 new policies, revising the program integrity policy, creating 25 new operation procedures, updating public-facing information and clients' rights material, training, management, and eligibility stuff. Primarily, results were positive. Pickens County continues to exceed a state's timeless standards for eligibility processing. Division maintains a low eligibility error rate. Official written report is expecting in coming weeks, following by 90 days period for any requirements, correction, or actions. Any questions on the HIPAA audit before
I just want to thank you guys. Exceeding the state's timeliness is important, also with the error rate, because we know those are things that are going to be watched here very closely in the future. So we're already there. So hopefully we set a good example throughout the state of how to do things that are going to comply with new federal regs. So thank you guys.
The next one is the SNAP management evaluation. Currently, we're participating with the CDHS SNAP management evaluation. All the required evaluation modules submitted ahead on schedule on August 5th on 2026. They were submitting 33 SNAP cases files for detailed eligibility review. The evaluation focused on EBT security, mail operations, fair hearings, quality assurance, oversight, and training. The site visit is scheduled for September 3rd, 2026, and any findings will include the sign a cure period for corrective action and documentation. Questions on that? No? Okay. The Community Assistance Fund, there was an application submitted for $75,000 funding requested for the Healthy Community Fund. Its funding will support the Community Assistance Fund during the community low-income season, typically middle of September through December. The Community Assistance Fund provides assistance with essential needs such as housing, utilities, and food. Requested for assistance have increased, and the Community Assistance Funds are expected to be exhausted without additional funding. The additional funding will help ensure the county can continue providing timely assistance to eligibility residents during the highest need period. Any questions about the programs? And I will pass it over for the SNAP benefit cost share to Kelly.
So like I mentioned earlier, we've been monitoring the SNAP benefit cost share pretty closely, and we didn't want it to come as a surprise to the commissioners. So again, this is all in conversation. Nothing's been set in stone, but the state has been running some funding models based on, one, the deficit that the state is facing and just some of the provisions under HR 1. And based on those funding models, they're trying to see if the cost share between the counties and the state should change. And so the conversation right now is the current model that they're talking about is a 60-40, meaning the state would cover 60% and the counties would be responsible for 40%. That's on top of already reductions coming down the line for CCAP and child welfare and other programs. And so there's conversations with other county directors on the implications of this current model, because that would, if it were to be set in stone the way that it's being talked about now, that could potentially help hold the county responsible for between 32 to 60% on just one SNAP case. To Commissioner Clapper's point, they're really looking at the per error rates. And so if one case for Picken was found with an error, we would be responsible for that amount. And so just something to think about as we move forward into the new legislative session with CCI, some of the things that you all can advocate for if it comes up, because it is going to have some significant strain on the budget, whether it's Picken or other counties, and it's going to really impact the recipients who are relying on these benefits.
Francie, and then I'll follow up.
What happens if a county can't pay their share? I know we can, but
Yeah.
I'm sure there might be some counties for whom it's difficult.
I don't think the state has gotten to that point in the conversation. I think right now they're really focusing on on this funding model and just preparing the counties, if they go with the per error rates, what it could look like. There's been conversations, just to be transparent, with other counties that this could really bankrupt other counties. And so there has been directors advocating and asking the questions, because Colorado is different, and it's a state supervised but county administered program. If these counties can't afford it, could those counties then opt out of providing the program, and then the state would have to run it? That's all conversation. There's a lot of apprehension about it, but that has come up in conversation.
Thank you.
Patti?
And I also am not sure that they've even set any guidelines for this as far as what causes you to be out of alignment or an error rating, or what that means, or how you can appeal it, or how you can remedy it. And I think that's still evolving as counties are being worried about, again, providing the programs, funding the programs, et cetera, because I don't think the state knows where the Fed's going to go, and I don't think the Feds know where the Feds are going to go. So that's something we will, with your help, I think, keep a close eye on with CCI and with you directly, to see what you're hearing and what you're feeling, and changes you may think are coming through from either the users of our programs or the providers of our programs.
And this cost share, if this scenario were to get approved, wouldn't be implemented until 2028. But the challenge is they're using the per error rates from 2025 to start 2028. So it's already using outdated data, and the 2025 data does show Colorado having the higher error rates than they had before. But already for 2026 and 2027, we've already seen a decrease. But again, we're going to be penalized for outstanding data that doesn't work anymore.
So they're going to penalize you for errors made before the program even started. That makes really good sense.
So just something to keep in the back of your mind as you guys head into CCI and have other conversations with the other commissioners.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, can we as Picken afford it? Yeah, but there's other counties who are going to be implicated, and how then that then implicates us with the cost sharing model with the cohorts of like what would then we have to support other counties with support.
Right, thanks.
Have we seen knock-on effects to other programs? So, for example, Harvest taking on new clients, or
We haven't. We're already anticipating increased folks going to Harvest for Hunger just because of the cost of living and everything we've kind of talked about through the Healthy Community Fund. I don't think the SNAP cost share is going to necessarily impact nonprofits because they're not getting funding through this.
I'm just worried about the client going
Right.
to.
Right. I think what might happen is counties are just going to be really apprehensive of just administering the program in total.
Right.
Yeah.
The risk factor.
Mm-hmm.
What would happen if
Yeah, that's what I was.
if the counties, as a unit, all 64 counties just said, no, state, you get it. We're not going to take the risk. Because I don't think the state has the ability to run the programs.
I won't comment on that because I'm not sure what the state would do. I think
could
that's
happen.
part of the. I think that's part of the advocacy work that we're all looking at as directors, is seeing like what is the strategy that we can use to change the conversation from being so punitive to where it's like more balanced. We haven't gotten there yet, and so I think one of the caller actions is for when the commissioners start talking to CCI, like how the commissioners can step in that conversation, how county managers can step into that, because right now it's just been a very one-way communication, and we haven't been able to find a middle ground on how to move away from it.
This did come up at CCI last week as a conversation point, and it is being advocated for by counties to try to either adjust to 60/40 or just work on things, and it sounds like the state hasn't been interested in discussing anything. So I don't know if that's just a negotiating posture, but it may be, and maybe it's just a starting point, but I think it's already at the table in those conversations, and it was brought up as priority concern for CCI. So there'll be more to come for sure.
I think it would be interesting to look at what the Healthy Meals for All funding looks like. That's been a strategy we've been trying to get more information on to see how it could support. But again, to your point, we haven't really reached a conversation with the state on that. But that's something you can definitely bring up too, is just looking at what other funding sources are available.
Can I ask just about the history of the $75,000 ask in August for the Healthy Community Fund from, do we have an annual, are we tracking that? Or if we do you have the numbers so we can see how that's changing?
We recently pulled the numbers of how many people have been benefited from it and just kind of the trends. I can share that with you all later on.
Is the amount the same, or is it the number of people?
I think, Norma, I'll defer to you if I don't answer this correctly. I think in the past we've asked for 50,000. I think that's what we were approved for last year.
Last year, it was asked for 100,000.
Okay.
But it was denied because the citizen committee denied it. And then it came over here to the BoCC and it was approved for 50,000. But what I currently been seeing a lot is that the increment of the rents and all that. And I mean, we still have some funding right now for we can go through this off season. But I mean, it's hard to to commit that, you know, the rents and the utilities bills are raising. And I mean, before our policy was that we will help a client no more than $1,000, and right now our policy is up to $2,500.
Right.
For
So
the
that's
reason.
changed, that's grown pretty dramatically. And I
Bec-
think we should make
yes.
sure we're tracking it and looking at previous years and
And we do have a
anticipating
tracking.
future.
We can
growth.
share that tracker with
Yes.
Because next year, I could expect you to come back with a much bigger ask, perhaps.
Yes.
And I think this is also in anticipation of, you know, you all asked us about the airport closure and whether or not we were anticipating an increase
Right.
in need. So I think the team's just anticipating that, just to be
I
honest.
saw Ashley.
There's not enough staff up here, so I think. I just wanted to remind the board that one of the things that's coming on board in 2027 is the rental assistance program that's outlined in the roadmap for addressing homelessness. So that will potentially take off a little bit of some of the requests we're getting for housing assistance to the Community Assistance Fund, because they might be eligible for that program.
Right.
That program's gonna be like very small and incremental, but that money does come out of the housing property tax. So we might have a little bit of play with the Community Assistance Fund in 2027,
Thank you.
pending kind of
I
what that
guess
all looks
I
like.
feel a little nervous, only that I want to know more about where it's going, if we can anticipate where this is going to, how this is changing. So thank you for that. I have more questions now.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is to share some of the trends and data of what we've seen in the past. Okay, I can share
think
that.
so, just so if we're heading toward a steep wall, we know it.
Yeah, for sure. Any other questions on the SNAP benefit cost share? Okay. Again, this is like down the road, but something we didn't want to be caught off as a surprise.
Right, thank you.
And maybe it's a question for you or for some on the board. You know, this is still being worked through the working group at CCI, and I don't know, do we know when that final report or recommendation from the task force is going to be? So I think just
Yeah. They didn't, I mean, it sounds like the county is not making progress vis-a-vis the state. And that Tamara, Summit County has been sort of leading the charge from a commissioner standpoint. But the counties are not getting what they want vis-a-vis the state.
So I think, as Kelly has shared here, it's definitely something that we want to be watching and seeing. But I think the first step is seeing what comes out of this task force and working group, because that's going to be the recommendations that then lead into any legislation for next year. And so I think we'll be watching that really closely and working with all of you on what actually is proposed as the next step.
Perfect.
All right, looking at family services, I'm actually going to add, okay, CCAP is here. We're going to start with CCAP. We've seen significant increase in participation, up an increase of 81%. Looking at this, we can definitely say that the program is doing what it's intended to do, in that more eligible families are accessing care. Unfortunately, the funding environment is moving in the opposite direction. We're receiving less this year than we did in prior years, and our expenditures have gone up. Currently, the department's looking at some scenarios in which we can stay closer within our budget. Of course, the idea is always to avoid wait lists, and we'll be coming to the board to decide when that might need to be enacted. Direct client benefits increased from $75,557 through quarter 2 2025 to $199,826 in 2026. So it's significant. So we'll certainly be coming, looking for which direction you all would like to do with some potential solutions that we have, or at least ways to dial that back. In child welfare, we have our timely response rate is up. It's considerably ahead of the state. We're at 93.1%, and the state goal is 88.7%. We currently have one child welfare caseworker position open while we review referrals and our staffing needs going forward. Child welfare staffing and core allocations total approximately $818,000. And core services, which is what we use to fund our prevention services, along with some casework, some services within casework, has increased from, I think, 81,000 last year to 95 this year. That increase is because we used to have a regional situation with our mental health and substance abuse funds. We'd share that with Eagle County, Garfield, and us. But this year, we've all pulled out of that, and so our allocation increased. Looking at prevention services is how we help families hoping to keep them out of the child welfare system. So these are families that don't qualify for child welfare support, but they're still in distress and could use some support. These are usually lower level case management, therapeutic, and other core funded services. This includes community coordination, which is usually collaboration with community partners, the IOG, and whatever services that the group feels like might be helpful for a family.
Just wait for the good news.
Well, that was
Like we got a lot of funding and less cases.
well, the good news is that families are benefiting.
Yeah.
Eligible families are getting the care that they
I
need.
know, but this struggle is tough on both sides of it. I think for us to provide the services that we want to provide at a necessary level, and what we're not feeling the backup support from the state or the feds.
Certainly. And the increase just came from higher participation, there we go, and higher fees that we have to pay to providers this year.
Yeah.
So is that a 160% increase in the direct benefit costs? 75 last year to 200 basically this year.
CC, can you help us with that?
That's kind of scary, and I'm just want somebody to tell me where and how we're going to continue to do that.
Are you referencing CCAP or?
Yeah, I'm looking at CCAP right
Okay.
now.
I think the question is projecting out. We're projected to spend significantly over what we're getting from the state. There are some levers that we can pull on our end to kind of help with that. We're looking at all of them. And those things right now are reducing the FPL from 300% back to 275.
FPL.
Federal poverty level.
Thank you.
That we accept into CCAP. Unfortunately, that doesn't actually eliminate any families. I think the difference between 275 to 300% FPL is like $24 in household income.
So it's not going to make a big difference.
Right. Another thing that we are likely going to enact is allowing the state average of 5 absences per child instead of 10. Our other options past that really are either capping how many children we let into the program at around 50, and that would put us at spending $605,000 projected this year. If we did no wait list and are accounting for probably 50 to 60 children, that's what we could guess we would gain in this next year, we'd be at $690,000. So there's not a great level that's going to pull us back substantially closer, but there are things that we probably should enact going forward.
Right.
And there's a final lever, which is if we continue to do what we're doing, we'll continue to partner with other counties who typically don't spend their allocation.
Right.
There's counties, El Paso, Delta, they typically don't have the same demand, and we can purchase dollars from them. But I think we want to be more strategic and probably use that lever sooner rather than later than waiting until like the end of the cycle to just monitor that closer than what we did last year, just because of what we're seeing coming down.
The landscape's also changing a little bit. We're working with Kids First, of course, to try to work out scholarships and those kind of things. And there's also the Tri-County tax for childcare, and I don't have a lot of details on that because I think it's really just getting going, but we're hoping something helps from there.
So she's referring to the confluence, the child tax.
The new.
Yeah, they're fairly new. They're getting their feet settled. But we're in contact with them too, just to kind of see what their vision and kind of what their goals are based on what they know their service plan outlines, and just kind of seeing how we can collaborate better too.
Right. Yeah. Remove redundancies and collaborate as much as possible and pinch pennies, I guess. It's when I think about Delta County and how they might actually have funding, is it because they don't have the demand or they don't even have the resources to create the programs that we have?
It could be both, but typically Delta doesn't have the same demand as we do.
Interesting.
Yeah. And the way that the allocations work is there's this whole formula model that we can talk about at another special meeting if you want. But it's based on like population and what their population is. So you'll see those counties get a little bit more, but they won't spend it down because they don't have the same demand that we do.
Right. Interesting. Thank you.
Kelly, where are we in terms of number of families that we support?
We're at 50 right now, at least of when I wrote this
Okay.
report.
So it's significant growth over 25. Because I'm looking at the letter that we sent to our representatives. I always like to look back at that because that was sort of like the calm before the storm of saying, here's what we think we're going to get cut,
Right.
and here's the financial impact. So we were at 35 and 23 local child care providers 18 months ago.
Yep, and now we're at 50.
Thank you. Interesting. Okay, thank you. Please open that magic letter. Yeah. It's just a good, sorry, we're looking at the letter that we sent, and it's, sorry, we should step forward a letter, but there was a really nice letter the team put together that said, here's what we think's at risk, here are all the programs, and then here's the dollar value of Pitkin. And it was actually requested by Congressman Hurd that we compile what are the implications of the potential cuts. So we filed that 18 months ago, and we always look back to it because you guys obviously put some time into the letter. So I'll recirculate that to the board and to you. Yeah.
It'd be great to have to understand the options, because I'm kind of wondering what our options will be
We can get
and
that
how
for you.
soon. Yeah, thank you.
All right, moving on to senior services. We continue to see stable operations, so just going to kind of highlight some of the things the memo goes more into detail about as far as what we have going on. Adult protection and care navigation caseloads continue to be steady. Cases require significant time spent coordinating resources due to the complexity and multiple needs and just all the different systems involved. Nutrition continues to be a really important part of our work. Participation this year is on pace to exceed 2025 for both home delivered and congregate meals. We're also continuing to focus on bringing services to the rural areas of the county. In Redstone, we're providing meals and programming twice a month in partnership with the Redstone Inn. And then we partner with Valley Meals and More to provide home delivered meals in that area. And they provided 488 meals in the Crystal River Valley during the first 2 quarters. The age-friendly farmers market has kicked off strong. We've had 497 participants in just June and July, which was nearly 100 more than the same period last year. We also continue to administer the low-income senior tax relief program, property tax relief. And this year, 76 older adults received more than $16,000 in county tax relief. And those are all in process right now. From a budget standpoint, revenue is at 63%, expenditures at 47%, which is tracking as expected. And then looking ahead, we continue to focus on food security, reaching older adults in our rural areas, and finding sustainable ways to maintain some of these partnerships and services to continue to meet needs.
Can I ask a question about the age-friendly farmers market? How does that work and what days it happen? And
Yeah, it's every Friday, about 11:30. People start arriving.
that's
much
senior
before that.
services.
At the senior center. Yep.
Got it. Great.
Yeah, come check it out.
I know, I will.
Yeah, you might still
Have a lot of
You
zucchini
get a
right
tote
now.
bag, so
What's that?
you should
A
come
ton
if you
of
get a free
zucchini.
tote bag.
Is Willow bringing it home?
Yeah.
Hi.
Willow brought home a zucchini that.
We've got a
big.
ton of zucchini on the farm. I'll send you some more.
We're serving that at the art opening.
Before we skip to, she's not here.
Yeah, I know. I'm not sure she's online. I know she was working in Glenwood today. But we can.
Are you going to come forward? Are all these going to be budgeted for 2027? as opposed to we get into March and we say, hey, we'd really like this program. Where's the money? So are we actually budgeting for it in 2027?
We have, Chad's not here, so I would defer to him, but he has put what he forecasted the expense would be for 2027. And I know for first quarter, right before it closed, he had submitted a USDA grant too to see if we would
saw
be
that in my notes,
eligible
yeah.
for that for 2027.
Thank you.
I'm still waiting to hear back from Sally Clark's office about sending, she's with the FDA, or the USDA, to find out about other opportunities for sustainable funding.
Okay, thank you. And unfortunately, the fabulous Pam isn't here, so I'll try to do justice for her. So these are just some of the service outcomes for veteran services. We continue to see her do an amazing job with outreach and connecting veterans to services. Again, for second quarter, 55 veterans have been assisted. Another highlight of Pam's efforts is she's collaborating really closely with Garfield County and Eagle County, and she's making her way down Mid-Valley, just making sure that people are aware of the services and how to reach her. And so this is really a testament to all the work that she's been putting into outreach. I know she just recently released a veteran services book for other veteran officers around the country to use to increase their ability to provide comprehensive case management. And that's been a really big success for her, and just a testament to her expertise. And it just outlines just kind of the locations that she's been really doing outreach in. And so, yeah, I hope I did her justice. If
And
you're listening, Pam.
The Veterans Park will be the site of the memorial for Colonel Merritt, 9 a.m. on the 26th of September. So thank you for organizing that.
Any questions on anything veteran related? These are some of the contracts that we've signed into for 2026. Again, we just want to be transparent, and we'll continue to update you on any existing or new contracts that we put into place. And we'll return for an annual resolution that'll list all of the contracts that we've had for the 2026 year for you all to approve at the fourth quarter. That was it. Thank you for having us here.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Thanks for the good news.
Good to see everyone.
Try.
Thanks, ladies.
So would everyone like 5 minutes while we set up for the 155?
Yeah, that'd be great.
So boss is adjourned. We will reconvene.
Do you need a motion to adjourn?
We need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You guys want to start on time at 2 o'clock? You're still waiting to convene, or do you want to start early?
You guys clear the room up, set up. Yeah.
9 o'clock on the 26th. Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, August 25th. This flight is on time. We're 6 minutes early. Welcome to the update. Rena, great to see you. And Mr. Schneider, great to see you. Charles, Diane, and Ryan, please, the floor is yours. And we hope this is a discussion with the board, so thank you for all joining us. It's nice to see FCI, I think, you guys wear black? It's good to see the men in black, and Kiewit as well, thank you. Great to see you both, and Rich, great to see you, thank you.
I will just kick off briefly, as I did at the AAB meeting. So we shared a similar presentation last week with the AAB. We did have some introductory slides that I had gone through, but we're not going to present those today so that we have more time with these folks. But one of the things that I had mentioned as far as the goals, sort of the ground setting for what our aim is with this design, it sort of includes 4 different goals. One is that we would ultimately come up with a master plan of a full build out for the terminal. That it would also include an opening day or a phase 1 that would meet our common ground recommendations and meet the expectations of the community, that it could easily be incrementally built out with subsequent phases, some of which may even come during the construction phase. I reminded the AAB that the construction is scheduled for to begin in 2027, but that it would take about 4 years to complete the entire airside program. And so during that time, there's a possibility of finding more revenue and starting on a second phase sort of seamlessly. And then the last thing is really keeping an eye toward starting construction in 2027. The importance of doing that is not only a cost-saving measure, just it is better for logistics during construction to not have the traveling public, to turn the entire site over to the contractors so that they can do a lot of the sort of initial enabling work that is a lot of the site civil work so that when we reopen in November of 2027, we're sort of just more concentrated where the terminal will actually build, where the current parking lot is. So those were the 4 items, and with that, I think today we might as well do it sort of toward the beginning, just to have our friends from FCI come up and say hello really quickly. So we do have a team working for the CMAR for the air side, and so that's Kiewit and FCI. So I don't know if you guys want to just come up and say hi just for a quick moment.
Sure. It's safe.
Yeah, and they've been working with the design team already through this this phase. So if you want to just say a couple quick words, and then we'll get the show.
Sure. I'm Chuck Bender, the Senior Project Manager for Kiewit FCI.
Yep, Mark Litzen, pre-construction services for Kiewit FCI. So I'll be leading all the estimating and the upfront.
We thought FCI had enough of us.
No, we are thrilled.
Yeah.
We are really thrilled, and all, our previous experience with the county has just been awesome. We've had a great relationship, and so we were really excited to bring on Kiewit as a partner. They're a great partner with us, and really share the same values that we have and that we've had with the county for all these years. So we're really excited to get going and make this job successful.
We're excited too. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Welcome. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, without further ado.
Men, a few words.
We'll be hearing more.
Yeah, you will hear more.
We're going to hear more from a lot more from them, I'm sure.
They're the action people.
Exactly.
We're the word people.
Exactly.
All right, shall we start it off then? Well, we're glad to be here to kind of update you on the alignment process that we've been going through since we last met. And so today we're going to kind of talk about what our big picture strategy was for going through the process. Some of our alignment goals, some of the goals aligning with your common ground recommendations, as well as the cost constraints that we have to work to, and as Ryan mentioned, the sort of incremental growth of future phases as well, and not precluding that. We're also going to look at areas of soft program or flexibility, because we know that, we are going to be working against a budget here, and we may have to make some choices down the road. And so we've tried to identify where it makes sense to position those choices, so as not to impede the function of the airport. And so then we'll look at the opening day terminal. What are we going to see on day one? And we'll look at the master plan as well. What does it look like when it's fully built out? And hopefully you'll see how the terminal can expand and grow towards that goal. Then we'll touch on some sustainability and then get into the experience of the place and some views. I know you've all been waiting to see some rendered views, and so we've got some of those for you today. So big picture strategy, you can see on this slide. This was really important for us to understand how our building would support the common ground recommendations and how we could align with the resolutions that had come out recently. And then also our future phases, we know we're looking at several questions that the BoCC had about, can we incorporate jet bridges? Can we incorporate enclosed sortation area, a future lounge, that kind of thing, and then future expansion in the TSA area as well. So we'll go to the next one. And then also while we're working through this, we're keeping in mind this sense of place and the incredible area that we're working in, and not trying to lose sight of that celebration of light, the timber, the ideas for views and comfortable seating in the hold rooms. So going to our key alignment goals for performance and experience, we know we were asked to look at 8 gates and make sure that we can accommodate 8 gates. We had some issues relative to the apron grading that was affecting the position of the terminal and some of the program elements within the terminal. So we've studied that pretty hard with some new information and help from our consultants and project team here. And then also looking at the 4th security lane for TSA, making sure we haven't precluded that in the reductions, and looking at right sizing parking, understanding our multimodal opportunities, and again, future growth there for the garage. We've also heard a lot about how comfortable it should be in the hold rooms. We're definitely taking that into consideration. We've heard the questions about the building needing to be unique and beautiful and intimate, and that's a challenge with something that's as long and as large as this is, but we're definitely working towards that. And the connection to place I mentioned a little bit earlier. And then our how we can bring in sustainability to this on day one as well, because we know that's super important to the community in the future.
Is that mentioned?
We will, respect to natural surroundings, passive approaches to enhancing experience,
Yeah, and we're thinking of sustainability. It's shown here both under performance and experience, because it's very much a part of both of those.
Yeah, really woven throughout.
Site and building.
So if we, okay, so identifying some areas of study. When we met with you last, we had what we're calling an offset concourse. So we had the hold room pushed over to one side, and we had airport support like baggage sortation and TSA on the other side. And I think that was challenging from a number of perspectives, this ability, this thing that you arrive at the hold room and there's a dead end, you can't go any further. and it was a little bit off-centered from the aircraft as well. So that was something we really wanted to study. This was necessary. This was required when we took the third floor off of the building and had to condense. On level 1, we were looking at the future-proofing of the future-proofing of the security lanes and making sure that we can get that 4th lane in. And then we also were starting to look at where can we identify places where we can locate program in the project that can be flexible enough to be added later and flexible enough to be held out in the beginning or reincorporated without disrupting the entire airport plan. And so those were the two things we looked at, the 2 levels we looked at there. And so looking at the soft program we identified was the airport administrative function, which is currently outside of the airport. We'd love to pull that into the building, but we recognize that may be a lever that we can pull to help reduce some costs. We also looked at the rental car location. The offices for security and sheriff have some ability to flex a little bit. Facilities and maintenance, and then some of the staffing support. And all of these things, I think, what we are saying is that, these are all elements, while they're very important to the airport, they're not getting bags and people on the plane. And that's kind of the key function that we need to be sure is working well. So as we started to dive into this, we looked at the apron grades. The apron grades are pretty critical for us because the position of the hold room has to be set such that we can accommodate both a jet bridge loading approach or a ground loading approach at this point. And the grades really tell us a lot about that. So in the offset concourse study up above there, you can see there's a fairly bold dashed line that represents the slope of the airport. And what we identified there, or the apron, what we identified there is that we've got a portion of site that we are excavating to get program into, and we have a portion of the site that we are filling because we don't have program in it. And so that was kind of the natural question was, well, why don't we just flip this around? Because then we can put program where we don't have land, and we can not have program where we do have land. So that was kind of the first thing that drove us to the plans that you're going to see today. And the thing that allows us to do now is to keep all of the hold rooms up on the 2nd level, all by themselves. And so we don't have to jockey for position with other airport functions. And we can now center that concourse. And when we do that, we center the concourse on the aircraft parking positions in front. And it gives us a much stronger position from which to grow in the future as well. And so this kind of shows you, this next image shows you how when we center, we can now have a centralized core that sort of forms the heart of the airport. And we have plenty of room to grow, both to the north and to the south now. As we grow south, of course, we get closer to the existing grade of the apron, and so that's a little bit of a different scenario in terms of the kinds of program we can add. But then also on to the right, we can extend further towards the existing terminal. And I think the thing that's maybe different here that's important to think about is that in this position, this does not require you to wait until the terminal comes down if you were to decide you needed more program of some kind on the concourse level. We can make that building bigger if the desire and the funds are there to do that. The other thing we looked at here was how do you get from level 1 to level 2, and what is the best way to sort of deal with the circulation of people coming from an airplane and going to an airplane and using the same circulation system. So in our previous plans, we had a stair and escalator core that was sort of running parallel to the long dimension of the building. You came in and you turned and went up. While that worked okay, it did have some issues with traffic cross-flow. And so again, when we pulled the concourse into the middle of the building, we said, does it make sense now to just bring all of that with it, rotate it, and really create this strong sense of arrival when you're both coming to the airport or leaving the airport. And so our centralized study there at the bottom kind of shows how that circulation core with the 2 escalators and the stair kind of anchors the center of the space, connects you to the services that you need at the hold room area. And then also you'll see we've identified in this plan how centralizing the core and isolating the hold rooms at this level gives us the ability to have views from all sides. So now we're not trying to look through baggage handling equipment to see buttermilk. You know, we can see it straight out of the hold rooms. We can create terraces that give people a chance to sort of get outside if they've got a long delay or they're waiting for a flight or whatever, all in that secure zone. So I think that you know, was a real positive aspect of making this move, was just freeing up that concourse to get the kinds of views that we need. And then you can see in the slide there where it identifies temporary soft program, that's essentially at the same grade or very nearly the same grade now as the hold rooms will be at that level. And so it's fairly easy, I think, for us to put temporary program in that area, whether it's in a portable building or a modular building or something, which can obviously be moved back into the airport when funds are available. And this is a little bit of a closer look now at how we looked at rotating the core, and you can kind of see how the movement happens there in the earlier scheme, and then how it's been sort of clarified and centralized in the new scheme.
You've gone from an intersection to a roundabout.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Yes. And I think we did it in less time than you did, right?
Took us a while. And maybe more.
Okay, so here's an existing versus proposed. This kind of shows the hold rooms that you have now, 252 seats serving the 8 gates. These are the same scale. These drawings are exactly the same scale. And what you don't see in the existing is the circulation area that we have in the proposed hold rooms. So much more generous in terms of area, 512 seats now serving 8 gates. And concessions and ample circulation, and the terraces that offer some relief if there's a backlog of flights or delays in nice
Question
weather.
about the walkway that's coming up. I'm just thinking about that view from the staircase, looking straight up. I guess that's west.
Mm-hmm.
There's a walkway outside, a ramp, you had indicated on the upper map.
Right.
Mm-hmm. How high is that? Are you going to be looking at people walking up or is that below the grade of that floor?
Yeah, so that would be at the level of the hold rooms, and what that is for is getting you out of the building into a ground-loaded airplane situation.
So it's right at grade.
Yeah. Well, we're up about, 6 feet at this end, and then it kind of gets higher as we go to the other end.
Okay.
But we still need a way to get people out and down and over to the planes, and we'll show you a slide that kind of walks through that.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
We can go to the next. So here on the ground floor now, the arrival and departure hall, what you'll notice is the flip. So we had the bags on the my left. The south side, sorry, and the tickets on the north. And then because of the way the grades worked out and the way the program lays in, when we do the flip like this, it puts all of the baggage on that same elevation, that same level. So now we're no longer having to ramp it up to the second level. We can use a much a simplified baggage handling system, the flat belt baggage system, as opposed to the incline. We're not dealing with ramps as bags get delivered from above in the earlier scheme. So this made a lot of sense to us. And it also then kind of works with the apron grades such that now that baggage area is partially recessed. So we have about 4 or 5 feet of elevation change between the apron and the bottom level of that baggage area. And that gives us a little bit of protection. It makes weatherizing that space a little bit easier for us down the road. I think a little bit better than just the wide open. You know, we're still not enclosing it at this point, but the path to get there is much, I think, easier, a little bit more straightforward. We also took a look then at what the queuing area looks like, the TSA area, planning for that fourth lane. You can kind of see there, we've identified the zone where that would grow into, and that would require a small rearrangement of ATO functions and the sheriff's office. But the building structure is now planned such that that doesn't impede that potential. And then in the recomposure area in the center, you can see now that the stairs are aligned with the exit and arrival points. And we think this will be pretty nice when you're arriving to Aspen to get off the plane, come in through the hold rooms, come straight down, and you're just looking right out the front door and into the pickup and drop-off area. We have identified additional space to grow the TSA screening area. And again, because of where we've located the building now, we have an easier time of growing the baggage area out towards the north in the future if we need to do that. Of course, the existing terminal would have to come down, but I think that's in the plans anyway. We're not impeded by things like de-icing walls and conrex and that sort of thing. We can sort of just push on out there.
Can I ask a question about this slide? So where it says admin, I think that's what it says?
Yeah.
So that means that will be the administration part of the airport in the airport?
Yes.
Not separate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and in the drawings that we're showing you today, everything is in the building, with the exception of the rental car office.
Mm-hmm.
And we think that there's probably some good reasons to have them closer to the rental cars than inside the airport.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah. So jumping back up to the hold rooms, you can kind of see now how this plan easily expands to the north and the south. We've identified an area for a future lounge, whether that's on this floor or on a third floor. You know, we haven't precluded either one of those. Depends on what people are looking for and what they need in the future. And in this one we're showing the ground loading scenario with the porch out in front. But we have adjacent seating to all of the gates. So in some of our earlier schemes, we had combined some gates, and you weren't sitting exactly, near that location. So now we do. And I think it gives you pretty good distribution of seating and access to the amenities, as I mentioned earlier. And there's some real potential for these areas off the terraces to become areas for art or, kids' play area or something like that. There's a lot of potential here, I think, that this scheme provides us. So what does it all look like when we get to the full build-out? Here you can see this is the master plan, and it shows the areas of the airport that can expand. The red portions are the areas that would be available to grow into after opening day, day one, phase one. With the parking garage over on the north, the built-out GTC in the front, and then the ability to expand wings on either side. We should just point out that all of the circulation that we're planning currently will accommodate the larger vehicles that you might have in a future ground transportation center, whether they're buses or shuttles or whatever. So all of that's being considered right now.
Can I ask just to drill down on that a little bit? I know, this discussion of RAFTA providing shuttles directly from the airport, specifically for passengers with luggage. Mm-hmm. And we know they're not going to use the RAFTA terminal that's on the 82 that's listed here.
Yeah.
That's the BRT station, which is different. So we will have large buses coming in, and it looks a little tight. So are you contemplating fairly large shuttles that would be going to Aspen or Snowmass and able to actually go in and work there on a regular basis with the flights, because we're going to have passenger pickup, we're going to have Uber, we're going to have hotel shuttles, and then we're going to have RAFTA and probably maybe the largest buses, I'm assuming, all in that space. I'm a little, that's the one thing I noticed that kind of raised a little red flags. Are they going to fit, and are they all going to work together so the bus system can keep going on a schedule as they do?
Medina's showing currently where the buses would.
And I can speak to like a new shuttle that doesn't exist today. I've been having conversations with RAFTA as well as the transportation employees for both Snowmass and Aspen, and it's likely that a shuttle that would be dedicated from airport into Aspen or airport into Snowmass Village would be a smaller
A van or something.
kind of shuttle that accommodates, much like if you parked in a remote lot at Denver. Some of those are a little bit smaller.
22 passenger or something.
That's right, and then they have their place for the luggage. That's something that we're studying separately as far as what that looks like.
Yeah.
But when we did go through the process of making sure the circulation worked, a variety of sizes, including the largest coach buses down to a smaller shuttle bus, would be accommodated here on the site. So it really does give us that flexibility.
Okay, great. As long as every time I see RAFTA out there on the highway, I wonder if we're missing something, but I do know they're part of that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we're keeping it, we're keeping a track of it just to see how it develops. But the idea is that all of this would be prepped for it, whatever you decide.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess for me, just as a passenger getting off, coming through and down the stairs and having it open up in front of me,
Yeah.
I'm hoping they don't see rental cars before they see the free bus shuttle into town.
Well, if you take a look at the drawing here, to the south of the site, you can see where the rental car area is. Let's
Way off to
just
the side.
scoot off there. Yeah. So we've tried to locate the rental car office. They're close to the rental ready and return lot. So
It's not your first experience.
not your first experience, and
Appreciate
you will
that.
need to
Thank
be
you.
intentional about finding it.
Right.
Yeah. But walking out the front door, you're greeted with this beautiful plaza with trees and this transportation center and the ability to get on any kind of
Well,
transportation.
Bob, you've also removed our current transportation circle that is very tight.
Right.
That would be a challenge for a larger bus. You've taken that away with
Yeah.
making straighter lines and longer turns.
So that'll
I
be
think is an
enlarged.
important improvement.
Great. That's super important. Thank you.
Okay. So, any questions about the master plan, just kind of how this grows before we go to the opening day terminal?
I guess just one sort of, it involves further on slides and stuff, but it seems to me that in phase one, you've got everything we need for an airport, and it looks really large, so why do we need phase two?
That's a good question.
Not.
It may not. It's being planned now to hopefully do everything you need to do.
Because why, Charles?
You may not need to grow it, but in the event that people feel that the whole rooms, for instance, are not yet big enough, then there's the ability to easily, incrementally add to that. So
And is it partly because of adding more jetways in the future, or?
partly, because to add the jetways, you would have extenders to the jetways, so that would accommodate a longer hold room to access the jetway locations to planes, but it's not currently needed.
But there may be a desire for future amenities that you may want to add to the airport, whether it's more concessions or, a lounge or whatever. I think there's just planning to be able to grow is a smart decision, whether we know what we're going to grow into or not.
Well, future-proofing is
I mean-
one of the recommendations.
Because when I look at this, it looks like it's a really big airport for Aspen, and it seems like there's the whole, when you enter, there's like two areas, like there's an entry area and then a whole nother area in that. Anyway, it seems large, and so to me, what I see we would need to do possibly in the future, possibly a parking garage, and then improving the baggage claim for the employees that work there, but other than that, looks to me like you've designed a very sufficient airport or terminal.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. I think we still have to get through the budget process, you know? We still have to make sure that we can afford all of it. And
Right.
so, you know, there may be things that you decide to move to a future phase for those reasons.
Okay.
Choices or trade-offs that you
Yeah.
may want to make.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah.
One more, just remind me, there's a possibility we're going to see eVTOLs sooner than we thought. And I'm just wondering, is the programming for an eVTOL 40 by 40 foot pad and charging and whatever else they do, something that easily fits in with this? And remind me where it is.
Well, and
It's on the FBO side.
Diane, correct me if I'm wrong.
It's
but
all
I
the way
don't
over on
know
the FBO side. It may be that we're missing a huge
that it
opportunity.
may not be on the land side, but
'Cause
more on the
it might be
air
a
side.
service that's
Correct,
available.
yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Diane.
Yeah, go ahead.
I may be able to assist in this conversation, and yes, some of that would be more of the civil work, and that's where Rena was asking me on the coordination with the crew, the team, not the crew, the team doing the runway, and how we open that up for infrastructure for that. But that is highly and heavily focused on with the FBO development as well. But I think that that's looking at the ramp space too, and how we design the ramp.
Well, I guess the question is, talking to some of the people who are anticipating the eVTOLs, it's not an expensive thing that only the Lux crowd can afford. It's an affordable, might be an affordable option to get to another airport but through this airport. So you might actually arrive, but still need to get to the main terminal. And it just occurs to me, if it's on the far end of the runway on the other side, out by civil aviation or something, that's not serving us. And I'm concerned that programming may change.
I can appreciate those concerns as well, because again, yes, we're looking at things like that, because you are very correct. I mean, it's already in its infancy here in the States, right, with shorter commercial flights.
Right, short
But I
hops.
think that plays into those flex gates that we're talking about too, is making sure there's room for that.
Right, I
And
think-
placement of aircraft, et cetera. I think there will be, and I'm not going to get kicked by this team, and the runway team isn't here, but when you do that and you take down the existing terminal, right, looking at that and what does your aircraft layout look like, that building into the terminal for jet bridges and eVTOLs.
Right,
I think
right.
it's something that
It's easier.
we
I
are
think
all kind of
if
looking
you call it
at.
an air taxi, all of a sudden it kind of connects you to the main terminal.
It does.
Thank you. Who knows?
Please, sorry.
I think this looks really cool. I like where it's gone since we last, if it was a month ago that we last spoke, maybe it was longer. Centered concourse is a big improvement. I can see why it's so much easier to expand. The centralized, like the escalator and all those flow decisions, that seems like a pretty cool way to kind of enter the holding room. So just to clarify, holding rooms are, according to this, doubled in square feet. And these are
From what you have now.
what we have now. Is it
Quite a
more than
bit
that?
more.
We're probably 2.5 times what you have now.
What we have now, and the seating is doubled.
The seating we're at 512,
doubled.
you had 252, and
Yeah.
that's 512 legitimate seats.
Yeah.
It's not people sitting in the aisle and on their suitcases.
So what? I generally like to get away from the total square footage, but if you could do this phase one, what do you think this comes in at right now while we're talking
The
about
total building?
Yeah. Like,
Well, our target is 96.5,
Yeah.
and we're pushing very close to that right now.
yeah.
So this seating is within that you're talking about, the
Yeah.
500, yeah.
And I don't know if we're moving on from it or not, but parking garage we didn't really talk about, but I know how many levels would that ultimately look like? And I know it's a little bit TBD, but
Yeah, I mean, what we've done is located the parking garage in a place where it can easily be built on the existing parking footprint.
yeah.
So it's kind of up to whatever the future demand is to build the number of levels, but I think.
Yeah, for
is-
reference, there's about 200 stalls in that red footprint that you see on the screen there.
Yeah. As I was looking at it, I was just curious what the employee, like above that, what, just trying to make sense of the diagrams.
Yeah, and what we're providing here is, I think, what is that lot?
I think we've got about 130 stalls in that, that we affectionately call it the postage stamp.
That's a single level?
That's a
Yeah.
single level,
Single level,
surface
okay.
parking.
And those spaces can be distributed however, whether it's long-term, short-term, employee, whatever, but I think we have the number of spaces to accommodate what you need today.
And that's a hole really on grade that's related to the position of the existing terminal. And once the existing terminal is pulled out of there, we can put parking there, or and then be retaining to where the jets park. In the future, that can be taken back over with grading and retaining to expand the apron area when and if that was ever desired.
So we're trying not to put structures past that apron line,
Right.
just for that flexibility down the road.
And kudos to you and the civil team for doing that. They've been working very hard on, like Rena said, the postage stamp. That has been an area that has required careful coordination. So thank you to both of you for doing that and future-proofing this side of the airfield as well.
Francie and then Diane a little louder, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
In terms of the overall layout that you're asking about, I really like that the parking has been more consolidated. Before it was like all throughout all those travel areas, so I really appreciate that. I agree with Ted that the centralization of the holding rooms makes so much sense, because having them out sort of in the middle of the runway, which is just sort of no man's land, it makes much more sense to move it further south. So I really appreciate those changes, and I think you've done a lot towards getting closer to the common ground recommendations and an airport that can be enough in itself.
It'll be
Which,
very
as
sub-
you remember, I was feeling like, that's maybe in the future, so this is looking a lot better that way. Doesn't look like we have to do phase 2 when I look at these plans, and so I really appreciate that.
It should be more than sufficient day one.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go a little bit quicker. I'm going to ask, oh, here we are, sorry. We're on the phase 1 terminal, day 1, sorry. And this kind of shows you now what it looks like when we don't expand, and you can kind of see how we're sitting relative to the existing building. And it's important to understand that there'll still be construction work going on when the terminal opens. So sort of our opening day scenario will still have that north side of the site under construction with the demolition in that parking area. But yeah, this is day 1. We've got the area for the GTC. We have the full terminal building as we've been discussing, and the site build out here. Did you want to say something?
I might just mention just kind of the organization from a pedestrian experience approach on the site. We've tried to think about where that future garage might be and setting up a pedestrian spine here that would bring folks across the parking on phase 1, but then that pathway, hopefully can be tree lined in phase 1, and then if there were to be a future garage, that could be screened then as well from the highway. And then similarly on the rental side, trying to bring pedestrians along another pedestrian route here from the south. And then the other pedestrian path here coming from the east with RAFTA and those future multimodal options as well. So we're kind of bringing everyone to that central plaza and arrival and departures hall.
And the raft option that's actually using the circulation to the plaza, so that my guess is not a lot of people are going to be coming from the raft on the highway. They're going to be coming from your circulator. Is that right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But until the Raptor service comes into the airport, coming off the highway.
That's the option then.
Is really right there.
It's much closer, you know.
Yeah, than it is today.
Okay.
So I have a question. Jeffrey, may I?
Please.
So when you go into the terminal in the yellow where it says terminal right there.
Yeah.
So if I'm coming into the airport, I'm going to depart, I come in there, and when I'm arriving, I come out there.
Right.
So there'll be a central core there where people are, I'm just trying to look at
Let's go back to the plan.
the visitor or the guest experience of coming and going.
Yeah,
What are they
that'll
gonna
allow-
see when they leave us, and what are they gonna see when they come to
Yes,
us?
and that allows a central experiential opportunity.
Thank you,
For
exact-
information or, you know, whatever,
Thank you.
displays that say what Aspen is. So it's a first introduction or a last goodbye.
Right, and here's when you wanna come back for as you're leaving, and here's when you wanna enjoy while you're coming.
It's a narrow hallway.
Very narrow, and it's very blindsided, you get bombarded.
Yeah, and we have some views of that a little bit later. We'll
I
show
know,
you,
but I just wanna see it as with part of the whole picture,
Yeah,
thank you.
okay, okay. Okay, let's jump down to the sustainability piece. So the other thing that we've kept in mind as we've been working through this is just making sure that we have an opportunity to include as many of the sustainability features as we can possibly on day one. And so we've kind of identified some alternate locations for geothermal wells that allow us to expand in the future if we need to. It doesn't get built over. We've looked at the microgrid battery storage location. We're considering the gray water and water management on site to the extent that we can. And then trying to preserve as much of the existing landscaping as possible. And, you know, we know that's going to be a bit of a challenge just because of the nature of construction, but we are trying our best to see what we can do around that. And then identifying areas for PV as well to be included into the building. And so I've asked Jake, our sustainability lead, who you've heard from before, to just give us a few minutes on what day one would look like in terms of sustainability features. So, Jake, if you want to jump in.
Thank you, Rosa.
Oh, we need to make him a presenter. Yeah.
Jake, thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for catching me in. Can folks hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we can see you too. Hi, Jake.
Excellent. Great. I was sweating there. I'm like, are they going to pass it to me? Not perfect. Great. Yes, that was a good overview of sort of the site locations on where things, might live. This diagram we made to kind of show sort of what we're getting day one versus day two in the master plan and sort of where we landed on that good, better, best spectrum, right, that we've been sort of organizing everything around. So there in the appendix, there are actual slides per each one of these rows, right, that'll be provided that can be looked at, but this is just going to be a quick 2-minute overview of some of the big highlights that are happening. So the very first row that says heating and cooling plant, right, you can see that we're still evaluating 2 different kind of HVAC plant systems. That's a hybrid geothermal and air source heat pump versus just a 100% air source heat pump, which might be, a little bit lower on the first cost, but not perform quite as well. Although we're just getting some good modeling information back from PAE, and both of these options are actually pretty close to each other. So we might have some flexibility to choose the cost optimal one, knowing that we're still getting most of the performance. But without having the full cost picture, what this represents is our kind of best reasonable guess of still maintaining a high level of sustainability while looking at what we can phase in the future to help with first cost questions down the road. But that, full trade-off analysis still needs to happen, right? This is just a snapshot of where we think that we're going to land once we go through that process. And then the master plan shows that, it's flexible. We can either add more geothermal or we can add more air source heat pumps. We can tie into the thermal energy network that's, been researched at Pickens County, or we can do our own thing, right? It's very flexible. So that's the heating and cooling plant snapshot. Envelope, what you'll see is that pretty much everything has to happen day one. It's hard to phase in different envelope measures like better glass or better insulation. So envelope, we're looking at all the different modeling analyses of like how much additional information is needed, additional insulation is needed that provides us the best bang for our buck. The only difference there would be there might be, jet bridges being added in the future will change infiltration. But envelope is at a high level day one. And we're showing that, by doing that, we're able to save like 20% on the heating load reduction and around 10% on cooling. So it's also leading to a smaller HVAC system, less geothermal piles, and a more cost-efficient project. The next row down is the microgrid, and you can see here that this is probably the first one where there's substantial phasing that would happen, right? So because it has such a big price tag for the PV and for the battery, what we could propose day one, right, is to do the bare minimum or the maximum that we can do under the net metering solar for Holy Cross Energy. And then we would create the future connection ports and spaces that we could add the battery and microgrid connection later down the road, right? So all that would be set up to where it would be easily added in the future, and that's when we get the full build out and really achieve that high level of sustainability when we can afford to add solar or when we can add the battery. We're not precluding that, we're actually making it easier to add that in the future on day one. That's going to save a lot of first cost dollars, and we're still sort of calculating exactly what that looks like. Moving down, water. A lot of the water stuff is in there. Gray water, water reclamation, low, efficiency fixtures, and water efficient landscape. The one thing that could happen down the road is the rainwater collection system. That's partially for cost, but partially because there's a drought happening right now, and looking at augmentation plans to do rainwater collection on site. The timing might just need to happen in the future. There's a lot of policy stuff that needs to align for that to happen. So we're kind of putting that in the future bucket. Air quality, we're looking at a pretty good base system in terms of being able to look at particulate efficiency filtration for both ultrafine and regular sized particles. There's the continuous air quality monitoring that will help inform that. And there's going to be space for events like wildfire or pandemic. And then the only real phasing thing is there'll also be space to add, UV on the cooling coil if the monitoring data is showing that that might be a good thing during some of those, either regular operation or pandemic mode. But, high level as the base, flexible for those events, and then there's still space to add more filtration in the future. EV charging is another heavily phased sustainability feature just because it has such an impact on cost and infrastructure size and service capacity. What we're proposing here is that the day one for the public and employee parking is based upon the Colorado code minimum, roughly 2% day one versus originally we had proposed 10%. But that would be what we could need for the code, and then we would make sure it's EV ready for the future. The other category would be the land and air side EGSV, for the airlines, and we're proposing that would be all future ready. So as soon as an airline comes to us and say we want all of our tugs or whatnot to be electrified, then it's an easy add. But day one there would be no electrification, right? So that's something that we're looking at right now. And then last category would be rental car, where right now we're looking at one charger per rental car company for 4, with 10% for EV ready in the future. I guess there should be a fourth category now, which is the eVTOL, right, the electric aircraft, but we can work that in as we move forward. So it's a pretty baseline kind of minimum approach, code minimum approach for EV, but the ability to really ramp that up in the future if we go that direction. And then last but not least is local and low carbon materials. So we're still looking at optimizing concrete, which will be the biggest carbon footprint from embodied carbon, the footprint of construction materials. Better steel, and then also mass timber seems to be pretty viable from a cost standpoint, and we're actively still looking at ways to do local sourcing in Colorado, which we'll talk more about later. So if you're interested in learning more, definitely check out the appendix when it gets sent around. There's a slide per each one of these that gets into more of the details and some of the other options that we're exploring in this alignment phase as well. Thanks for letting me join virtually.
Quick question, Jacob, just regarding low-hanging fruit. Is it prioritized? Like, that makes me nervous if we're going to have one EV charger per rental company. That's almost just like a, I don't know what you call that.
Token.
A token, thank you. And then also, if we just decide the ground service equipment isn't really going to have anything until a future date, it just seems like that could never happen. And I know we've all been talking about pushing that forward. Where is it in the priority and the ability to actually make a difference?
It's a great question. It's sort of a high priority but high cost item. So our approach right now is, as we're trying to like reconcile budget alignment and size alignment, we're looking at really costing a spread of different things during this alignment phase, but really as we get into DD. So we're going to look at the kind of code minimum, which is what that gray bar is. And then we're also still looking at what are some more advanced or higher aspirational configurations are. EV charging is a pretty easy thing to least cost on a spectrum, and then we'll be able to present that and say, okay, the bare minimum is probably, you know, 1 charger per rental car company. Is that really what you want? Here's what it would cost to do something that we would recommend to be on the forefront of sustainability, and here's what that cost impact is. So we're getting there. I mean, it has a big impact on emissions, especially Scope 3 emissions, so it is a high priority item, but it's just a high cost item too. So we'll provide the range of costs for those different levels, and that'll be something that can be negotiated in DD.
So the compromise is going to be, it's always going to be easier to do something smaller and dirtier than cleaner and, you know, electrified. So this will be the dilemma. Thank you.
Absolutely, and we're looking for the total cost picture of everything, so then we know how much we can spend on some of these sustainability measures and prioritize EV charging versus geothermal versus battery storage versus other things too. So we're almost to that point where we can have that full comprehensive discussion.
I think this whole area is an area where there's going to be hopefully more grants coming forward in the future. So I think we need to keep that in mind as we're looking at our funding opportunities and options. What could we do for funding more chargers, funding more of the cleaner, better things to move forward? But it's one of those trade-offs we have to do now. Do we provide space for a traveling public, or do we provide more EV chargers? And I think we might be able to get more grant money for the EV chargers. Maybe not today's administration, but maybe in the future.
After we survive 2 more years.
Well, maybe, who knows? But in the meantime, the funding opportunities for the airport terminal itself are a little more limited.
Diane.
If you don't mind, Patti, I completely agree with you, and the phased approach with that, and understanding that most of these grants, we have to be shovel ready, so having the plan in place, but they won't reimburse you for work that's already been done. So much to your point, Patti, as those things come online, we're shovel ready for them with this plan, but we haven't done them so we can gain those grant funds.
Prior proper planning. That's one of those 3 Ps.
And we're also tracking any thresholds. So if there are minimum requirements to meet grant eligibility, we're making sure that the thing that we propose for day 1 has that minimum threshold met.
Yep. For instance, the geothermal is sized to be able to meet the IRA grant funding that's available today, right, to be able to, you know, achieve that 40% tax credit on the system and its ancillary components. So that'll be part of the cost analysis, although being able to access that, since it's a reimbursement, essentially, there's a question of, you know, can we claim that as not when we think about the total costs?
Can we
at least have it quantified.
Can we just, as soon as you have it, can we have the a la carte costs of these various things, just so we understand budget-wise what we're talking about? And they may be options that people would be very interested in helping us with.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that's sort of why we're also costing those aspirational levels too, just because we know that we want to have that plan and cost in place. So if there are those other funding measures, that we can make that value proposition, or we know exactly what it would take to get there. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good
Thanks.
questions. Thanks all.
So I appreciate your attention going through all the kind of nuts and bolts, and now here's your dessert. We're going to kind of talk a little bit about the look and feel, and just understand these are very early renderings, and so there's a lot of development yet to be done. But as we start to form the building and shape these spaces, we want to give you a sense of where this can go. So, Rena, I think.
Yeah, so we'll start with the experience of coming to the terminal, and here we're standing in the drop-off looking towards the southwest, and we can see the community plaza, the shuttle drop-off loop beyond there, and then Buttermilk up above us. And so the roof extends out to provide a protective cover at the drop-off and for pedestrians coming up to the arrival and departures hall. And then the roof peels back and gently slopes upward towards the center of that arrival and departures hall. So as you come through those exit lanes, you're greeted with daylight and views. In this more modest profile of the terminal also protects those skyline views from Highway 82. So off on the far left here, as you're moving along the highway, and then even from the plaza, where this shared plaza experience would be both from this future ground transportation terminal, ground transportation center, and then the plaza in front of the terminal itself. So then as we move indoors, instead of these kind of separate ticket and baggage areas that you have now, it would be one flexible room. And so you can imagine soft seating where if folks are waiting for family or friends to arrive or they're waiting for their bags to come down, we're standing here in the bag claim looking beyond to ticketing. And then as we move upstairs, that central circulation brings us up to the middle of the concourse. So we'd have gates 1 through 4 on the left and 5 through 8 on the right. And the roof is opening up to daylight and views along that whole length. And then standing here in concessions, we're looking towards Aspen Mountain and Buttermilk beyond there. And there's that opportunity for seating both inside and outside, in addition to the seating that's directly adjacent to the gates. And then some additional soft seating as part of that concourse experience. And then on the north side, we have views to Triangle Peak and to the airfield, watch planes coming in or taking off. And we'd like to just touch on here we're showing planes 1 through 8 here in a smaller regional jet configuration. And then in a scenario where a larger plane comes in, 2 gates or 2 plane positions are utilized for 1 larger plane. And so similarly with the hold rooms, 2 seating areas are combined to provide that seating for that larger plane, but it doesn't put an additional strain on the seating areas. And then in a scenario where jet bridges are used to access all the planes, that's where we would need this additional square footage to extend links out to reach those northern and southernmost planes, and then some additional concourse area for some of the circulation nuances of getting to the jet bridges. So this just paints a picture of a ground load condition where there's a porch, as we're calling it, that you walk out onto to then ramp down to the apron and reach your plane. And again, the concourse is set up so that it can be jet bridge ready. And then in the scenario of jet bridges, here you can see that jet bridge taking you directly out to the plane, and then in the far distance here you see how that link would extend at the very end of the concourse to reach those further planes. But the porch would be a little bit different experience of what you have today, walking directly onto the apron. This would be a protective walk, at least for a portion of your journey down to the apron, and then up to your plane. And in all these views, we've been showing timber, and in working with the CMR, we're all very optimistic about timber structure on the project, and also keeping those opportunities open for local timber, both locally sourced and also potentially locally fabricated as well. And thinking that the building and the site are really going to work together to create this unique experience that's embracing nature and connection for the community. Thank you.
Can I, back at the outdoor deck on the south side, southeast side, not that one, but the deck on the other side.
Oh, sorry.
I'm ready anytime.
Just a question about the, it probably wouldn't be used in the winter, but we have days where maybe it would. So, but I'm wondering, how far is it from the de-icing pad and the warm-up area, and will that be a problem?
The de-icing pad is
Prevailing
cleverly
wind.
disguised by that dark area of landscape.
That's what I was going to question that.
Well, and
Yeah.
I think we're also looking at shaping the earth there too, to curate the view, but it would be
It's also the
about
airflow.
100 and, well, the de-ice wall would be about 200 or 300 feet away.
Okay.
And then these, like the service building, for instance, is something that we might berm
Right.
the earth against to kind of
Just thinking about
curate that.
prevailing winds and
Right.
propylene glycol particles.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I have comments.
Francie.
Well, thank you
Francie
guys
Linton.
very much. I have quite a few comments. Reminds me of Portland, the wood above and the lightness of the wood. Some comments are, let's see, you want to go to positive first. I like the separate wood sort of like ceilings above the different holding areas, kind of like the ones you have in Portland above the concessions, the little like pretend ceilings with I like that. I think it sort of sets it aside a little bit. I have some questions about this whole, this is the right after the shared plaza experience one. The one where it shows the baggage claim and the ticket area and stuff, that photograph or that rendering. I was at the Aspen Airport recently in the morning for quite a while, so I was walking around outside, sort of looking at it. And one of the things I really liked about it is that because it has the varied roof lines and entrances, it has more of an intimate feel. Obviously, we don't have that here. We just have this one long roof line, which is kind of industrial, I think. It doesn't have a sense of intimacy. I think that's one of the best things about the current airport, is that sense that you're entering this little roof area that's separate from the rest of the airport, so you feel like it's like you're arriving somewhere that isn't cavernous. You just have a small entrance, and so I don't see that here. And in addition, on this picture, that picture, I don't understand all this entry space between the inner sort of wall and the outer wall. Like there's this huge glass wall, and then there's a lot of space before you actually get to the rooms where the baggage claim and ticket office is. And I think that's why I'm using the word cavernous, I think for the third time, sorry about that. But it feels really like a lot of volume that doesn't really have a purpose. Is there a purpose to this entry area here between the glass wall and that next sort of semi-wall?
There is. So on the, and maybe I could jump to the plan here. So here, and again, these renderings are very much a work in progress. So that zone of space you can kind of see is here on the plan. So on the ticketing side, that's where we might place kiosks for people to check in there, and then some soft seating so people can kind of collect themselves, gather their things. And then on the baggage area, that too could be more of a soft seating area, a place to kind of pull out of the way and collect your kids and stuff. And then this zone here we see as a kind of primary circulation zone for
like at DIA, kind of like that whole walking area at DIA between the ticketing and the, you know where I mean? Like, there's a huge area where people just
Dedicated
walk.
walkway.
Yeah, I
at
guess
DIA.
it is more of a dedicated circulation zone,
Uh-huh.
but that would allow, so say for instance, you got dropped off here and you were gonna come in this way and maybe you stop at ticketing or maybe you don't and you just carry on through to the security here.
Yeah, I get that. It's just the more outer ones.
Oh,
But I can see if you're gonna have kiosks and stuff. So it's not gonna be empty like
Oh,
in this
no.
particular picture.
Yeah.
Okay. And then,
If I may, just for a second.
Yeah.
And it would also be for queuing. So if we have a backlog of people all coming at the same time flight, because I know that's been an issue, they're stacked up out the door. So that space would also help facilitate with queuing of people, or if there's.
It does allow for that flexibility.
well,
of-
and I like the area where you have the light coming into sort of broken, sort of like at Portland, where I saw sort of a glimpse of one that's sort of a circular area for daylighting. And I also really like, in that same picture we were looking at before, you're looking through above the ticket area instead of just at a blank wall. There's sort of a section there that looks like it's glass maybe, and it has the wooden, yeah, I really like that. I do have a sense that this is not intimate. So that's sort of my overall take from these first renderings is,
There's no furniture.
it's not really welcoming. It's just like big and industrial. And I know that you'll have different touches to it because I've seen the work that you guys have done. So I know it's not going to look just like this. But I would ask for, just for myself, a more of an intimate feel when you go in there. And then also when you arrive at the Aspen Airport from somewhere else and you come down and you exit through this space, it's still got sort of the really large DIA kind of feeling to it. Just from looking at this, like not where you're going, but at this point.
Well, and I think that's fair in the sense that really these renders it's structure and views. We were trying to show
Right.
the mountains.
Yeah.
So I think those layers that will come in DD, getting more into the community character and art and how you think about space, smaller, more intimate
Yeah.
moments.
I do like the broken ceiling line in this picture, instead of just a flat ceiling. But I guess out of everything that I've said, I would mostly stress the broken roof lines when you arrive at the current Aspen Airport. Not really attached to the current Aspen, just not emotional. It's more about aesthetic of broken roof lines and as compared to a long, straight
We've
roof
been
line.
discussing some scale-giving elements too to
Yeah.
help make that
Yeah.
sense down.
Well, and if
Thank
I
you
can
very
break
much.
in for just a second too, because it's much to Francie's point, and we kind of heard this at the AAB, and really letting them know when you're going to see that sense of place, those details, and like you said, DD from them, but maybe we can give them an idea of percentage of drawings that are coming out for that. Is that at the 60%, where we can really start to dig into some of those details and they can see that?
Yeah.
I think just giving a timeline of that is going to
Yeah.
be really helpful.
I think that would be towards the middle of DD as we develop more interior.
I just think that that's helpful for all of us to better understand when you're coming to us with ideas, and what they see is not going to be the finished product.
Yeah.
Right.
One thing we did mention to the AAB was that where we stand today is at the 30% drawing phase, so, or design phase, excuse me. So as they get into that design development phase, which takes us to 60%, I think you'll see a maturity in the design that speaks to a lot of those questions. And I think the good news is that flexibility still exists. So we have taken comments from the AAB at the previous meeting. We're hearing comments today, a task force meeting forthcoming. And so I think there's still some of that. So there's still time in the design to be able to speak to that.
And are you imagining all this floor as terrazzo?
We've been thinking about, I know some folks saw the polished concrete on some of the tours, so something economical but durable, and also an opportunity to reflect local aggregate, get some warmth into the material
Yeah,
as well.
that's a great idea. We also really like the wooden floor at
Oh, yes.
Portland. That
Yeah.
was amazing and made from basically wood scraps. So we have a lot of oak.
It'll
you know.
probably be a combination in different areas.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Charles?
It'll probably be a combination, because it won't be probably
It won't be
all of-
one thing of terrazzo. Great.
to give it a sense of place in each of the function areas. The most important thing is that the program has been figured out, the arrangement of spaces. Now we're talking the early stages of the enclosure of the whole building. So these are really valid and important feedback points for us to move forward with.
Great, thank you.
And we're showing about 30 people in this space too. So
Let's
I
see it
think,
with 300.
a couple studies of more people and kind of how they really are accommodated in seating and who's at the kiosks
Got
and what
Ted
does the
first,
queue look
and
like.
then Patti,
That'll
and then
fill up
Craig.
pretty
I'll go
quickly.
after her.
But all of your points are heard and noted.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I've got Ted and then Patty and then Greg.
I like the program. Just curious on Patty, on the slide here, we're talking with Francie, like what is the distance you think from the toe of that baggage claim carousel to the window? It's not, is it 20?
So this is
5
about 10 feet here,
Yeah.
and this would be about 15 feet here.
Because that's really, we're talking almost like the width of this room, from the edge of that carousel to the glass.
Yeah, and if I
So-
jump back
me
to that
nervous.
plan really quick, this is not that much larger than the existing bag claim
Okay.
area and ticketing area. There is this kind of central meter greeter and kind of welcome kiosk,
Yeah.
coffee cafe opportunity location in the middle there, so it's going to feel a little bigger than what's there today. But as far as the size, for instance, this distance from the ticket counters to this wall is what you have today.
Yeah, okay. I mean, because it fills up pretty quickly when you have two planes offloading and waiting
Mhm.
for the baggage. But I was just looking at, and back to that slide, there's lighting like coming out of the ceiling. That's not skylights, that's fixed lighting.
So that would be
Skylights.
skylights or clear stories.
Okay.
The top lighting as Jake will attest as well is really important for preventing glare, so that those views that you're
okay.
seeing aren't putting shadows on people's faces, but illuminating the space in front of you, so that's a more comfortable lighting
That's good.
balance.
If you go to one of the last slides with the ground load porch, when we're talking about ramp emplanements. So that looks really long, and I know that's probably not actually how long it is. Like, how many ramps are there? Are there one per two gates? Is there, I'm just trying to think about how
Yeah.
traffic moves from their actual, which number slot they're in to ramp
So,
down.
Sorry how pixelated this is, but let's say we're sitting at gate 2.
Yeah,
We'd come through a door here and down this ramp,
okay.
to then walk over to, plane number 2 here.
Okay, so then the other one would share that sort of ramp.
What does
Yeah.
gate 4 do?
Yeah, I just
So-
couldn't tell. I assumed there weren't 8 of these.
Oh, yeah, that's what you mean.
Basically 3.
There's 3, so that can cover
Yeah, it looked like there was
everything.
one really long
Well,
one.
or one really long one,
Yeah.
it just seems like a mess of
Yeah.
confused people, not sure who's
Yeah,
going
that's a
where.
good question.
And what we're trying to do is for folks deplaning, getting off the planes, is bring everyone together up into
The central
this
one.
central location, so you're not getting a lot of that cross traffic
Okay,
on the other folks headed out to planes.
And it's not a very steep ramp.
ADA compliant.
Yeah, one in
ADA.
12.
compliant.
Yeah, and part of this is we're trying to set ourselves up, to be about 6 feet off the apron here, so that if there were to be a jet bridge extension out to plane position 1, you don't have to do a lot of ramping in that scenario. So being jet bridge ready by being a bit above the apron.
Yeah, and you're saying ramping up to that plane, right? Yeah.
Right. If we set the concourse lower, you'd need to still ramp up to plane position 1
Right.
and in a jet bridge condition.
okay. Yeah, that was kind of all. I was just curious about that. Thank you.
Patty and then Greg.
So I'll stick to the jet bridges at ground loading. We're gonna have a hybrid. And we're gonna have we're not having all ground load, or we're not having all jetways.
This is designed today as
All
ground
ground.
load that can then
With
accommodate
the opportunity
jet
in the
bridges.
future to go, okay.
Yep.
You know how I feel about those ground loading, I like those.
You could have, like, the four in the center could be jet bridge today.
Yeah.
And the ones in the end
Right.
could be ground loading.
But there's a cost factor too in it.
Correct. There's a cost factor of building the ramps and the stairs too.
But I think there's probably more of a cost factor to them. Okay, that's one thing. I agree with Francie. The word I was looking at was sterile. That, you know, I want a little more warmth. I think that would be great. I didn't get to see Portland with the wood floors, but I did see Jackson Hole and Eagle County also has the washed aggregate. They're awesome. I think a blend would be perfect. I think the aggregate in Jackson Hole was, and then I got to Eagle and went, oh, they have it here. I really like that it adds that level of warmth. I wish when you drove up it didn't look so like library or something. I don't know, the stonework in Jackson, when you came in, Greg was there with me, was pretty awesome when you came in and they had this stonework that followed through from their parking into their entry. I don't know how much local stone, you know, we have quite a history of local stone here with marble quarries in flagstone and red, you know, a red, you know, flagstone, the stuff that we have here in our own building. I think that if we could incorporate some of that to create some warmth. I think all the other little details will be worked out the next phase as far as the type of furniture and where we're going to put it and the ability for people to plug in all their stuff when they're sitting in the holding area. Just traveling back from Virginia and getting stuck sitting on the ground in a terminal in Charlotte. Everybody was trying to plug in, and everybody was actually getting to be friends over, can you please switch off, can we? And my grandkids made a horrible mess with popcorn, and I said, that's what they get after making us wait 5 hours. But yeah, so I think for starters, again, my issue was really, I don't mind seeing the hybrid in the jetways and ground loading at some point. I also think that the overhang protecting the walkway and back is great, because we've always had those safety issues for people loading with the ground. I don't know if we can find a way to use some pine bark beetle kill. That would be great, because, you know, we need to get that out of our forest, and it's a really good hardwood to use. It's behind us here. It's inlaid in our table as a way to incorporate that here in this room. I just think I think the view planes are awesome and something we asked for and you delivered. But again, like Francie, a little warm and cozy, fuzzy would be nice, more welcoming to our community, because we are in the middle of the Rocky Mountains. We're not in a downtown metropolitan area. So I think that would be great. And I understand the concerns about the space in the ticketing area and baggage claim. When you look at Eagle, they have a lot of wasted space that they have to maintain. They have to heat and they have to cool, and that's an environmental impact. So I think to better utilize that as appropriately as possible, but also keeping in mind the days when we have queuing for both picking up your baggage, storing baggage. We also need to have a place for that somewhere, because, you know, for the people whose luggage gets lost anywhere along the way to get here. But I think we're off to a good start. I love the idea of the outside patio area, and with some local, you know, our native fauna and flora would be awesome. Yeah, I think, and if you forgot to put in the city's new lumberyard building that's going to be right in your face of Deer Hill over there.
That's why
yeah.
we put these shrubs here.
I know. But we're going to put a tall hedge there.
I think it'll
tall
take
hedge.
your mind off the de-ice wall.
Yeah. I think, and Greg has a point, but I think it's going to be protected there. When the wind blows, it usually blows straight up valley, so it's not going to curve around the building, and hopefully we'll give them gas masks out there on the patio. But I think we'll be okay there. I think people will really enjoy it. We enjoyed it in Denver, sitting on that patio. It was pretty awesome. So thank you.
Commissioner Postman.
Yeah, just, I appreciate where you are in this programming, so I don't want to go into too much, I don't want to nitpick, but I did want to just point out that, you know, the busiest days when you've got 200 people have just downloaded off a couple of airplanes, and they're standing in the baggage claim, and they all crowd around the conveyor belt. But then it pushes out, and it goes out dozens of feet. And so that's basically, to me, to be too small, honestly. And it's right near the entrance to the airport. So if you've got people arriving to come in with all their stuff, and they hit a wall of people waiting at the baggage claim. So I know you've thought about this and the flow and the programming, but I'd love to just have a quick understanding of how traffic's going to flow at the peak moments through that area. Because when I saw it, when Francie was talking, yes, it looks cavernous because there's nothing in it and very few people. But if you filled it full of people just getting off and waiting for their bags here, and then other people flowing in trying to get somewhere, and there's a coffee station right in the middle, what is that going to work? How's that going to work?
What is good is that the circulation isn't immediately through there. It's into the building and on up, or.
So if you're coming to the airport, you're going to go straight in, past the coffee station, and up the stairs. Or no, you're going to go to ticketing.
You
go around.
Unless you've already pre-ticketed on your phone.
No, and these are exits on the sides. You've got exits off to the north and south sides as well.
People want it, but the central exit avoids going through people queuing for baggage or through people queuing for ticketing.
And so if I picked up my baggage, I could head out that north door and not be running into people trying to get in.
Right.
Unless, are people going to be trying to get in that door too?
Well, they might choose this door to come in, or they might choose this door, you know, depending on where they're dropped off at.
We kind of have that now, but I do like the idea of having a clear departure entry and an arrival exit, so you can.
Which we have now.
You could also sign it that way, like we do
Right.
now, right?
Yeah.
With our entrances, you may be able to come in this entrance or that entrance, but
And so the
signage does a lot for that as well, I think.
That and the distance from the baggage pickup areas, you know, if people trying to get through there and there's a mob of people waiting for their bags, then it's going to feel tight.
And I think that's where, you know, the way that these bag belts are configured can kind of help, or, you know, I think that's where we want to be careful in the organization, so that the groupings of people waiting for their bags are kind of out of that circulation.
And if we can just tell them not to stand too close to the thing so everyone else can see the bags coming. That's another issue. That's Diane's problem. Thank you. I think it looks great. I'm really excited about it. I love how you've responded to the input we've given you, and I think we're on track.
Great. Francie?
Yeah, in terms of the baggage claim, you think it's about the same depth as the current baggage claim from door to carousel?
It's less.
Is that what you said?
It looks like a lot less
I
than what
think
we have
this
now.
is
I think she said it was the same.
4, 6. I think from the carousel, be good for us to triple check, but I think that depth is about the same
As we have
what's
now.
there today.
Yeah, yeah, it seems, I
60
mean, I've
feet.
been there when it's been pretty crowded. It seems like that's adequate for the number of people we have in our airport for the most part. But, so the entry and exit are all through that little center box thing, right? It's,
Yeah, so
it's
there's
not like all
actually
along.
4.
Or either end.
Yeah.
Or either end. Oh, I see.
So you can enter and exit the building at 4 locations here.
Uh-huh.
So depending on if you're coming from the shuttle or a bus.
Okay, now
or,
I see it.
Or
Mhm.
parking or rental car, you might enter at different points here.
Okay, great,
and
thanks.
exit.
And show once more time though, just tell me the distance from the baggage carousel closest to the window. What's that going to be?
So these grids here are about 20 feet, so that's
What, 40
20, so we're in the neighborhood of 30 feet from here to this glass.
That might seem really cozy when it's crowded.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think what we have now is twice that.
And
That's pretty far now.
I think this is where, with the feedback we've received, we've really prioritized the square footage allotments to the hold rooms.
Right. So
And
you're
tried to,
squeezing this.
tried to hang on to what we could in
Yeah.
ticketing and baggage, but.
Have we gone too far?
I don't think
No,
so.
that makes me nervous.
I would say that ticketing, so many people don't ticket anymore. They come in and they just go right to their gates. And when I'm in the ticketing room at the Aspen Airport now, I never see anybody in there. It's empty. And
Comparatively, yeah.
so I do, if you have to, maybe you could steal a little of the ticketing space for baggage claim, but it looks to me like it's plenty. But
Jeffrey, if I may, just for a second
Please,
too,
Diane.
I think there's another point here that we may not have highlighted, but the queuing area for TSA that
we can't hear you, Diane.
oh, sorry, the area that we go to for ticketing versus queuing for TSA, right? Like right now, we're all combined. So I think that's maybe something that we can show here, how you're separating that. And again, another Portland
Overflow.
lesson learned that you're not getting stressed out with that queuing line because you're not even seeing it at ticketing right now. And the way you've separated it out. So remember at our most crowded times, you're combining all that together, but you have now worked so that queuing actually is behind ticketing, so you're not worried about the TSA queuing line as you're trying to get ticketed, and your bag's taken care
And the
of.
queuing for TSA normally would fit into the pink queuing area, but in overflow times, it'll come down that hallway. So you'll have the ability to extend that without it feeling jammed. and crowded.
So I still think that separates people
So this,
too.
I've
Well, the walkway.
smothered it with line work here, but this whole zone here where
I
it's
see.
in
I get it now.
the queue.
I just think that was a lesson we took from Portland, that you weren't stressed out with security queuing because you didn't necessarily see that right away. It wasn't the first thing you saw when you came in. So I think that's a big improvement too from what we have
Versus
now as far as
today,
separating people.
The queue, or the security lines are actually right
It's
adjacent.
the
to
show the whole plan. Yeah, so you can just see that pink area up into the corner there. That's the queuing zone. So that's where people will be lined up most days. If you do have an overflow, they can
And
come
this
down
can
into the
be
beige, but
Right.
it's designed to be held in that corner.
Right.
So that will also feel more spacious, right? Because we have
Much
people's areas
Much
separated.
And it won't be on a slope.
Oh,
Sure,
right,
it'll be on a
right,
slope. Yeah.
True.
Is there any natural light coming in there? It almost looks like it's in a dark corner of a
We
building.
want to bring natural light in there, and that space out there between the building and the de-ice wall is an opportunity to curate that
Okay.
landscape area, to create maybe an opportunity for light.
And with that, the concourse being elevated above the apron, this edge is where we're hoping to bring some natural light in as a clear
Some
story.
high windows.
And then also in the recomposure space as well, with even in looking at an opening in the floor above to get even more borrowed light down. So as you come through the security lanes, you'll be
Natural light's
getting,
important.
the daylight will be increasing as you go upstairs.
Okay.
So page 18. Page 18. Since we have the contractors in the room, it would be wonderful if we could actually price out the most sustainable airport in the world and not just at this stage brush past it. So I know there's the bare minimum day one, but we'd also really like to see that master plan priced out. So for those of you guys in the back row. And I say that, so in our travels, we just, for example, met with who we think is our next governor, I could say that in this room, along with the head of Holy Cross. And we also just met with Colorado Solar and Storage Association, COSA. And so there is interest, given this is a ground-up project, to actually do the full build-out. So it both behooves Pitkin County as well as the state of Colorado to do this right. I don't want to give up now and say we accepted day one at this meeting and not look to the full master plan. So if we can really come in and say, look, this is what we could do day one without you, here's what we could do with little support. COSA is the local Colorado Solar and Storage Association. We just met with them last week in Leadville, and she is interested in moving this project forward. So please, please, please. Yeah, it's Casey Becker and Lori. And,
One of the
so-
key words in the very beginning with the visionary process
Yeah.
was aspirational.
Yeah.
So if we can remain aspirational even as we get reality checked, it would be good for all of us to keep that spirit going.
Yeah.
I think in software we said, imagine if you will.
Yeah.
And so we would like to operate, I think the board would like to operate still that we can be MSAITW.
But imagine it, if you will, wasn't that the Twilight Zone opening?
Well,
That's Aspen. Also
Yeah.
interesting parallel.
defy ordinary.
Yeah.
Thanks for those comments, Jeffrey. We'll definitely keep that in mind and make sure that we're still aiming for that level as we go through the costing exercises.
Yeah, I mean, Jake, I think we have enough here to go back to COSA and to Holy Cross and say this is what we would like to do, and even the governor's office. Again, we just toured the airport, the microgrid, and the solar. This is on par with what we've done as a community, and let's continue to lead in this area. So I don't want to give up. I don't want to feel like the board made a decision to accept day one today, and we move on and forget what was on the paper. So, Ryan.
If I may too, and Jacob, you can fill in some gaps, but we have been having conversations with Holy Cross Energy, with our design team, and then with our staff. And our staff doesn't just include Diane and myself as, kind of representing the airport. We also have, the folks that have, helped with the microgrid, as well as our study for the geothermal. And, I think that you're right. There is this opportunity there. We're also pushing the envelope for Holy Cross and what they've done or been, like this would be a new thing for them too. And so I think getting used to that idea and investment in infrastructure could take a little bit of time. So I think when we talk about phasing as it relates to geothermal, that doesn't necessarily mean we'll pick it up 20 years from now. I think this is a continuum that we can keep pushing toward. When we open, it may be that geothermal, just because of the wheels of different bureaucracies turning, might not exactly be on our schedule, that we'll continue to try to align those as best we can, but it's something that we'll keep driving at, I guess is the message. So.
Yeah. And just one quick note on that, filling in one of the gaps that you mentioned, right? We've talked with HC leadership and, they're on board. We determined that it was technically feasible what we were proposing to do with all of the goals around MSA with the geothermal and the future geothermal and the microgrid and the battery storage, the PV limits. They came back and didn't give us any hard no's in terms of we can't do this. So now we're just sort of sorting out what is the kind of financial structure needed to kind of operate that efficiently and the first cost impacts of what that infrastructure would cost. So the good news is from earlier conversations, they have not precluded any of the things that we'd proposed, which was great because we weren't even sure it was going to be technically feasible to do that big of an array with a different microgrid as it nests within the larger Pickens County microgrid. So options are still open. Now we're trying to flesh out what the financial impacts are for those.
Thank you, Jake.
Jeffrey, thanks for bringing that up. I'm actually kind of surprised to see the geothermal in there only because I'm so concerned about the cost and what you'll run into when you try to drill through the big granite boulders out there. And then also you've got a geothermal site under an apron and an FCC spec'd surface. If it gets disturbed, does that cause a problem? I know geothermal goes deep, but it makes me a little nervous. It seems like PV and storage would be a lot cheaper, perhaps, and still get us in the same direction. But I'm so glad you're looking at all of it. Thanks.
Yep. Absolutely. One thing too, just sort of flagging for the group as well too, is that heat pump technology has really developed in the past 10 years to where we're talking about 100% air source heat pump version that can operate, at the design condition of -14 degrees, right, for this climate. So with a different CO2-based refrigerants, they can operate very efficiently at those low temperatures and still achieve much of the same performance of even something like geothermal because the heat pump technology has just progressed. So we're currently talking to other airports that have used that technology, making sure it's maintainable and that you can actually service it with folks that are around. So we're kind of putting together those different scenarios of here's what the geothermal system looks like and what that cost would be, and here's what that other plan B option would be, which may not be that much of a plan B. It's more like a plan little a versus plan capital A is what we're seeing.
Great, thanks for that, and I really appreciate your you're looking far and wide for innovative solutions. This is exciting.
Diane, wrap-up comments.
I just appreciate everyone's time and the creativity, and I apologize if I wasn't loud enough earlier, but the coordination between our civil team, so our airfield team, and the terminal team has really come together, and appreciate the work that's being done between both teams, because again, this is not normal or a common practice, right, for an airport to be building the runway and the terminal at the same time. So it's taken a lot of coordination, including that postage stamp that we talk about with the employee parking up here. So again, thank you for the coordination with the airfield team as well.
Where does this leave us in terms of schedule? How are we doing for 26 and 27 and?
Well, we're aiming to start DD at the beginning of September if you all are amenable to that. and that allows us to get some early work packages going so that we can be in construction when the airport closes.
And how's coordination with KLNA?
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're smiling.
Yeah,
I still wait. I'm waiting for the
I was
structural.
gonna razz them a bit, but
no, please,
no,
razz them.
No, it's been wonderful.
Good.
And also looking at these local timber opportunities with NLT, it seems like the opportunities seem to be increasing, so we're really hopeful.
They're pretty innovative, so I think you're with the right structural engineer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wrap-up comments, Charles?
No, it's all good.
Rena?
I think this is, we're in a good place.
Yeah.
Can I
Please.
speak to your timeline question?
Yeah.
So I think for the board and the public, so next week we've got a joint meeting with the AAB. Some of this will be on the design piece. There'll be other elements, I think, as part of that discussion. And then we intentionally did this a little bit different than the last ones. We wanted to have time for the AAB and BoCC to have these more informal conversations, give feedback. And so process-wise then, what we would be looking at is bringing the final design and changes forward to the AAB at the end at their meeting in September, with ideally a recommendation that would then come to all of you as that informal resolution to move into DD the following week.
Excellent.
Great.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
It's great to see you.
Thanks, Jake. Thank you.
Thanks all.
Grassroots, we are recomposing, and we'll be back at 3:45. So good afternoon. It is August 26th, 3:45. We are talking about stabilizing funding. Over to the county manager.
Sure. Thank you, BoCC. We've got quite a staff team here, but we are bringing forward to you the stabilization fund today. And it's both twofold, a little bit of process and what are the needs that are coming up for you all to discuss and give direction to the staff. Before we dive in, I want to give a little bit of context and background. So last year, we had a lot of uncertainty. We still have a lot of uncertainty. I think we just discussed some of that at the boss meeting earlier this afternoon. But we didn't know where the cuts were going to come from, but what the board had identified is in the human services realm and human services, public health, and environment realm, that we wanted to create a stabilization fund really as a backstop, not for ongoing expenses, but for those critical items that we were seeing cuts happening left and right, grants being pulled. And so the board during the budget process last year set aside $500,000 over the 26, 27, and 28, with the also request to come back with a little bit more of a process of what that would look like, rather than how it had happened in the past, whether it was through ARPA requests or discretionary of kind of just whatever need came to the board, came to the board. So over the spring, we had Michael Port that I think was meeting with a lot of you to try and understand what were the goals that you're looking for, what were the challenges, and start to work on a process and goals for the stabilization fund. Michael left and Levi stepped in to help with that, and people just keep, I don't know, I'm bad luck, I guess. But we have we have a great team. It has been a tag team effort on this across the board. And so we were working on what does that process look like, and also the intention was not to create a new grant fund, right? We didn't want to necessarily, a lot of what we heard from the board is this is not to create a whole new funding source. It was really what are those critical needs and a backstop piece. And so how does that look as, rather than a solicitation or call for all requests, because we know we'd get them, how do we evaluate those needs that are coming forward? And so it was both internal within staff departments, like we do even with the quarterly supplementals that come before, and then just leaning on staff that have the relationships all around. So that is the process that we were looking at, we were bringing forward, and in the meantime, we've had a couple of emergent items come up, and so this is really to get direction from the board of how we look at using the stabilization fund for the requests that we have, and then continuing to bring future requests forward as well. That is the kickoff, so. Levi, take it over.
Thanks, Kara. Levi Borst with the manager's office. So a quick outline and focus of today. We want to understand the available funds and the different sources that the board already has at its disposal. We want to assess current possible uses of the stabilization fund going forward, and then begin conversations about how the board wants to use the stabilization fund as it relates to a couple specific requests that have come through with our assistant county managers here. So this is, I'm sure, just rehashing things the board is really familiar with already, but a couple of funding sources that we already have available. Healthy Community Fund is property tax funded $4 million annually. Generally speaking, it goes to nonprofits supporting critical services in crisis response, mental health, housing and food access, but has some guardrails in terms of capital projects, arts, and daycare. In 2026, this fund didn't have sufficient balance to consider off-cycle requests, and so that kind of leads us into the territory of how the stabilization fund could be considered. The second funding source that the board is really familiar with is the BoCC discretionary fund, and this is has very few guardrails, as you all are well aware of. Only thing I would really note here is that the balance in this fund went up considerably in 2023 in response to the post-pandemic needs, from $20,000, I think, up to $200,000. And this is in addition to the $500,000 annually allocated over the next, well, this year and the next 2 years of the stabilization fund appropriation. Kind of tangentially related to this is the Regional Grantors Collaborative, and this was a multi-jurisdictional group of people between Pitkin County, Aspen One, City of Aspen, and Aspen Community Foundation to kind of coordinate some of the requests that we were getting. And the idea being that this group could filter requests to the proper entity, and it would avoid duplicate requests going to each granting agency. And historically, Pitkin County's burden of that would get channeled through the Healthy Community Fund in terms of filling those requests. So that brings us to the Stabilization Fund, and the question, of course, is how is it different? It's obviously different from HCF in a pretty noteworthy way in that there aren't any guardrails set up specifically in ballot language. So, see you tonight. We created this at the end of last year in the budget process, anticipating some potential federal and state funding challenges as it specifically related to a few critical areas. I think we originally provided it in terms of human services, public lands, and public health. Thank you. It's a lot of things to remember. So we set aside the money, but we did not set aside any specific procedural guidelines on how the board would make decisions of what to consider and what not to consider. So Kara mentioned Michael Port's research in terms of where the board's interests lie and where they saw community needs. And so we're here today to partially talk about that and also to consider a few requests that fall under the umbrella of why the fund was initially created. So, are there any questions about those funding sources or what the Stabilization Fund is or its potential use before we jump into the next section?
Well, maybe some examples would help me understand a little bit better of how it would be used.
Well, I think an example could be, you know, something like what happened with maybe SNAP benefits being cut from the federal level. So that was a service that we were already providing, even if they were pass-through dollars, and suddenly those dollars went away. And it's a pretty critical community need, and we weren't sure that we had money set aside to fill that. And obviously a lot of those things we might know about in advance of our regular annual budget process, so we could anticipate budgeting for some things, but a lot of these changes are happening so quickly that we don't have the ability to respond out of the budget process. We wanted a separate pot set aside to be responsive for needs such as that when they come up.
Okay, thanks.
I think another good example last year, if you all recall, we came to you for community health services because they had federal dollars that then became state were basically stripped through for an already current program for their immunization program. And so we came to all of you mid-year to basically say this is a critical piece, we don't want to lose it, can we fund it? At the time, we were able to fund it with fund balance from Healthy Community Fund, but we knew that we wouldn't have that this year. And so it really was those kind of emergencies of, you know, some grant funding that has been critical and relied on is, you know, pulled out from underneath an organization that we deem as a really critical service that we want to still provide. I think Levi's Point SNAP is another good one.
Or could it be used for something like when the Venezuelans came and we were trying to help them with that kind of thing, that sort of thing?
Yeah.
And I do think all of those other funds on the other page, Healthy Community Fund is a competitive grant cycle. So we're really going out to the community and saying, who needs money? Regional Grantors Collaborative, again, is available. They meet monthly. People come to them and kind of pitch them. And then the discretionary fund, at least last year, I helped the board kind of identify things. You all told me who I should reach out to and kind of who you knew needed money, and it was all kind of external partners. I do think the Stabilization Fund is one of those that we get asked for a lot of money from the outside, but we also know that we provide a lot of programs that the money is just not there for anymore like it used to be. So I think one piece of the Stabilization Fund that could be different if you choose to go that way is it could support continuation of county programs when we lose that funding, or continuation of like mandated services that we're having a nonprofit like Community Health Services do when they lose money. So we're trying to differentiate here. There's, you know, one of the things again with the discretionary fund is that it's at the end of the year. We start asking people in December, what did you have this year that you need to basically backfill? We're trying for the Stabilization Fund to be a little bit more nimble and not just look at it once a year. So that's why we're coming to now instead of at the end of the year and going, oh, well, let's look back. We're trying to look forward since we do still have part of the year left.
My understanding is that we don't need to specifically spend 500,000 each year over this year, next year, and the following. I think whatever balance there's would roll over into the following years. So I don't think there's any obligation to use or lose 500 in any given year.
I'll wait for your next slide, but I have a few questions for you. Unless
I
your next
think
slide
now
says
is the
questions.
time
Awesome.
for questions, yeah.
So what is, so it seems strange that you're coming to us in August for resource recovery for salaries from 2026. So it should,
I take that back. The next slide will answer that question. Sorry, I thought you had questions about the broader stabilization fund. I can talk about
I can
this.
go deeper and say, why are we spending 30%, 37% of the budget on something that should have already been budgeted in 2026?
So when we have been talking about the stabilization fund amongst staff, Michael met with most of you, we have been kind of keeping our eyes out for things that we knew would need funding and felt like we had at least two that felt like we should come to you now. So one of those is a contract that we have with Recovery Resources for a service that's called Community Navigators or Street Outreach. Those are kind of both misnomers on what these folks do, but the little bit of background, we've had this contract for the last 3 years, so starting in 2023 with Recovery Resources. And it came out, not out of COVID, but we saw a huge increase in human service folks accessing human service needs at the HHS building, specifically the overnight shelter following COVID. And we felt like we needed street outreach personnel to have more of a presence around the neighborhood. So this was not in lieu of a security team. This was more of a like a warm handoff if they did find somebody who wasn't able to access the shelter or was having other challenges, trying to connect them with services. So we started this in 2023 because there was ARPA money available, so the American Rescue Plan Act. And so we committed part of the county's ARPA pass-through dollars to this. We just, unfortunately, to answer your question, Jeffrey, 2 months ago realized our auditors have started really looking into the use of ARPA funding, and we realized that the contract that we had originally ran from 2023 through the end of 2025. That contract ended at the end of 2025, and we started a new one in 26. According to ARPA rules, that end of contract, starting a new one, essentially de-obligated the funds. And so we're not allowed to use ARPA funds in 2026 on this contract, although we have already expended part of the contract and 2 personnel are in place to continue this work through the end of the year. So even if we stopped the work today and asked Recovery Resources to not have this, we would be obligated to, we would need to find somewhere else to pay around $60,000 that we've already paid to Recovery Resources for this service. Does that make sense? Kara, do you have more context for that?
Yeah, and I think maybe to add on to it, and I would kind of say even the progression of how we got to the stabilization, right, is that we also had the ARPA dollars, and so we were seeing these requests and trying to be responsive. This is one of those programs. I think that there was a lot of concerns from the neighbors as we saw an uptick in the use of the overnight shelter and identified this as a means to kind of be a better neighbor and better support those users of the Health and Human Services. We knew, just kind of backtracking, in 2025, we had to obligate all ARPA dollars, even though they went in through 2027, which we had done and obligated these through the end. We know that this program is something that we need to evaluate if we want to continue in 2027. I think to Ashley's point, the unfortunate is that because the contract ended, that ended what we had already thought we obligated. And so this is no longer eligible for ARPA. The good thing is that we can repurpose those ARPA dollars for another program. So those ARPA dollars will still backfill some other funding mechanisms. But the question before all of you is, we will need to find the $60,000 and can end it today, or we can continue it through the rest of this year with the stabilization dollars. And then it would be evaluated as part of future funding requests.
And just a couple follow-up questions then. So what percentage then are you asking for the City of Aspen to fund of this?
So the City of Aspen is a partner in a number of things. This is a contract we solely pay for. It is not a long-term contract. We started in 23, again, in response to higher numbers at the overnight shelter and the neighborhood concerns, which were coming directly to the county. And so this is a program that the county completely pays for, again, because we had those ARPA dollars. And if some of the board remembers, it was really hard to apply those ARPA dollars because there wasn't a lot that was applicable. This was one of those things. We needed this program. It's just an unfortunate piece of, like, that we couldn't just spend ARPA through the end of 2026 and then reevaluate the program and go out to our partners and do the whole thing, which we're going to do anyway. 2026, we're now in this sticky situation where the county has a contract through the end of 2026, you know, for a service that we asked somebody to run, and we can't use ARPA money.
Did they receive Healthy Community Funds as well?
No, Healthy Community Fund doesn't typically go towards housing, which is this kind of goes under because it's the overnight shelter. We typically have not given Recovery Resources Healthy Community Fund dollars.
I'm having a hard time, personally, professionally, supporting this for 37% of the budget, when if you said the next thing, in the next slide, I think you might have one, on wildfire, the community would say, that's a bigger need today. And so why are you only giving 10% of the budget to wildfire preparedness and resilience and 37% to something that should have been formerly government supported? Sorry, Patti.
The problem with, and I don't necessarily disagree with you, the problem with that, we're gonna have to, sounds like we're gonna have to take it out of general fund at some point. And if I'm reading what I have before me, and you know how I feel about protecting the general fund. But that being said, in understanding the recommended uses is for emerging needs. This isn't an emerging need. It emerged a couple years ago. And it also says we're gonna look at it, how we're gonna look at 2027 coverage, therefore, is it an ongoing use of monies, because that also says it shouldn't be part of the stabilization fund uses. So that is an area that's a little gray to me. I think the service is amazing. I'm just concerned that we thought we could use this money, turned out we couldn't. Now we either are saying you have to pay for it with general fund monies, we have to drop the program, or we use this money, which is kind of a gray area in the uses for stabilization dollars. There's like 3 quagmires out there.
Yes, it is a quagmire. So I think let's clarify, what is coming to you for the stabilization fund is also kind of the other qualification, right, is like a loss of funding or whatever. This would not, if you all chose to support or direct us to fund some of this out of stabilization, it is only for 2026. Any discussion about 2027 would be looked at through a different funding source, whether it's, you know, within the Human Services budget, Healthy Community Fund. So just to be clear, this is a one-time, this would not be a commitment for any future
funding.
funding.
It's a different definition of ongoing funding. It's technically in need of ongoing funding, it's just not in need of ongoing funding from this fund.
Right. And today that needs a further.
It's a lot of money, and Jeffrey's right, the wildfire issue, you don't even have to go to the next slide, I already support that one, so. Yeah, this one, I don't see how we cannot, even though I'm uncomfortable with how we're doing it, because it is such a valuable service, and I think we need to evaluate the need for going into 27, we're in 26, right? The need for 2 outreach staff members. Do we still have the increase in numbers? You know, can we backfill on that a little bit? I think that'll be part of the budget discussion, but I don't like the manner in which it's being brought to us because I feel like I have no choice, and I like having choices.
I will say the other option, so if you say, no, we don't want to fund this out of stabilization fund, we still have to find some way to pay, to at least backfill what we've paid with ARPA money.
Right.
And then, you know, I guess this is a really valuable service, so I wouldn't want to end it. My recommendation would not be to end it suddenly, would be to see it through 2026. So let's say it ends up being around $120,000 because we're halfway through the year and they've spent 60. You could pull that money from the housing property tax. This is an allowable use under that bullet point that says
So it wouldn't be general
homelessness
fund.
services. We haven't really talked about, this is within that bullet point. However, it's not a like square, we just haven't talked about how we're using that fund, especially since we just introduced the roadmap to end homelessness. This is one of those things we were going to bring to you in 27 and think about what it looks like with all these programs. So it's an option. I just didn't bring it right up because we still have a lot of work to do around how we use that fund. And I think it's easy to chip away at that fund without having the bigger picture, but that is an allowable use.
And so maybe I want to
Arguably.
clarify what the options are on the table for you all today. So we've expended essentially 60,000, it might be 68 or something. We would have to cover that. Option one, would you cover the bare minimum of what's been spent today and end the rest of the programming through the rest of the year? We'd have to look at the contract, but that's part of it, even though we signed the contract for the end of the year. So that's option one, through the stabilization fund, or you could look at funding it through, as Ashley said, the housing fund to fund what we've expended today.
Or the general fund.
Or the general fund. Option B, which is what staff is recommending, is that you fund this through the remainder of the 2026, which is the commitment, continue this program, fund it through the stabilization fund. We could also fund that through the housing fund. And then obviously any continuation of the program would be evaluated in the 2027 budget process.
And that happens either way, the reevaluation.
Yeah.
We're kind of on the hook here to do something. So I think, are we just trying to figure out which pool we want?
Well,
Like, we agree that we like the program, and
I did have a question about it.
Okay.
Are we convinced that we need two full-time?
You need to join the board table, though.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I just like to stand up occasionally. Do we need both individuals, two FTEs doing this? I know it was a big push during, was it COVID or whenever it began? Are we still at that level, or has it gotten more demanding, or where are we? Could we be more efficient?
We existed with one in 2023, and that was not enough. So they added another one, so that we were at a total of two. It's a really hard position to fill, so we actually didn't have two until the beginning of this year. They work full-time and are fully booked with clients. I will say the roadmap for addressing homelessness, one of the 3 short-term goals is to establish a true community navigator so that somebody can come to them and they can help them get into housing. These positions would likely just transition into that. So that's a bigger question the county needs to answer is, are we comfortable with the security team there? Do we still need folks around the neighborhood? I think that they do serve a valuable role. We have a lot of impact on that area, and we want to make sure people feel welcome and know kind of how to navigate around those spaces in our services. So I think we need to look at it. I wouldn't feel comfortable cutting it down to one right now we just don't know enough about.
So you're thinking maybe we think about it for next year, but right now we keep steady as she goes. Can we repay the stabilization fund from the housing fund, or vice versa?
You can't repay the stabilization from the housing fund, but we can pay this out of the housing fund. So nothing has been spent out of the stabilization fund to date. So we would just pay it out of housing.
When I first read this, I had the same reaction. I haven't spoken to Jeffrey about it, but I had the same exact reaction. It seems like the wildfire response and the potential need for fire mitigation seems like it would be much more than $50,000. And I'm wondering, are we looking closely enough at where we could put ourselves to use? And talking to the fire chief, he had a lot of ideas and huge demands in the millions to keep the crews working doing fire mitigation. And I'd rather circle back with him and think about spending more money this fall on fire mitigation. And I could easily imagine covering the cost of the rest of this service through the housing fund right now. That's how I would propose we do it. Pay it from the housing fund, and then let's take another look at the fire mitigation, because the 50,000 doesn't seem like enough to do. That's a week or two's work for a small crew, but we have a lot of potential areas. But that's conjecture based on my conversations with the fire chief and others. So I'm just wondering, do we want to keep our powder dry in the stabilization fund for the likelihood that we could be doing fire mitigation, or should be?
Well, the ask is for 50,000, right?
So
They're not
do we wanna-
asking us for $1 million?
Do you want to, would you like to move on to?
No,
the
I want to
next
finish,
ask?
I want to
Finish this first, but sorry, but it seems like they're connected.
Well, it seems to me if we're going to, we can't talk about this without talking about the other. It's
Well, we
what's
still have
happened.
$100,000 left in the stabilization fund.
236,000.
We could do both. We could increase to 50,000 for wildfire and pay the stabilization.
Right, I know, but that's what I was wondering. I mean, you guys both say we could put more money into wildfire, but have we been asked for more money to put into the wildfire mitigation?
Well, I think they take all they could get.
I think it would be helpful. I know, Patty, you want to finish this. I think it would be helpful because you all are trying to figure out how much to fund out of the stabilization, leave in for the remainder of the year. So I think it'd be good for Kevin to walk through what the conversations and requests have been for mitigation.
That'd be great.
Again, this is not also, I just want to preface, the intention is that we can come on various bases as needs arise. This is not a one-time, you're committing dollars today, of the stabilization fee today. So go ahead, Kevin.
Okay. And you're going to be disappointed because I actually decreased my.
No, everything's fine.
Yeah. So obviously we had a really dry winter. We have had a dry and hot summer to follow that up. So there's a lot of. It's only reinforced the concerns that many of us already had about wildfire resiliency in the county and in the Roaring Fork Valley. So I've just recently started into helping out and working on the county's behalf around wildfire resiliency. And so I'm in a learning mode right now about how we can work together from this perspective. As you all know, in my past work, worked in wildfire resiliency a lot. So, so the one thing that I learned, and the reason that I decreased the ask is because I learned since writing helping out with the AIS, was that we actually have $40,000 that you approved in the county manager's budget for 2026 that was for activities like chipping programs, other resiliency type treatments that hasn't been used yet. And so we have that money already sitting there that can be utilized for this. So rather than asking for a full 50,000, I scaled the ask up a little bit to about 3 weeks worth of work from the from this 20-person wildfire mitigation crew, but using the 40,000. So they're about 20 to 25,000 a week. And so, looking for about 75,000 total, but again, only asking for 35,000 from the stabilization fund. What I understand, again, this is specific to this wildfire mitigation crew that is already in the valley. Some of you, I've sent all of you some pictures of some of the work they've already been doing that's been funded by Aspen Fire Protection District. Some of that work has been happening on city land. Some of that work has been happening on private land. Some have been on county, and they've been doing amazing work out there. So the thought was that this crew, they've got about another 3-ish weeks worth of work here in the valley before the money and the projects that have been that are already out there are up and they're done. And they would love to stick around. They love working here. They're having a great time and they're doing great work. And so the thought was, how could the county
keep it going?
Keep that work going, and also focus it in a place where,
the county's huge, right? And so you could spend millions of dollars on wildfire mitigation, and you could spend it across huge swaths of land. But trying to think of like a discrete area that the county could have that would have the most impact right now. And the thing that came up most was like, what if we focused our dollars on evacuation routes, you know? And so that way, if the bad thing does happen, we as a whole have a better probability of being able to get people out, you know, if that bad thing were to happen. And so that's why the ask, and that's why I focus there, because it could be huge like that. And I think that there's benefit from thinking and spending a little more time thinking about how strategically the county might want to put more dollars to this if the county were to want to, you know, invest larger dollars into wildfire resiliency, rather than saying, okay, let's go all in right now, without putting a little more thought and working with our partners really on what that would be. So I don't disagree with you, Greg. I know that if you sat down with any of the chiefs in this valley, they would say there's plenty of opportunity. We could put your money to good work. And
They never refuse money.
And that's not untrue. It's true.
I appreciate everything you said, and I totally agree. You've chosen the priorities. The priority evacuation routes makes perfect sense. The next level for me would be protecting neighborhoods. Like, how do we, if we can prioritize neighborhood protection, or, you know, whatever, you know, something that will keep the town from catching fire from one side or another, that would be my immediate next request. And so I hope that we don't declare victory at the end of this, but that you are fully engaged in that next step. And maybe we'll get to winter before it's necessary.
Sure.
But I don't want to have to, you know, I really want to keep moving in that direction. So still, I think the money would be best spent in doing what you're doing. And I would encourage you and us to not be so daunted by the money that I don't want to stick my head in the sand because we don't have the money to pay for what ought to be done.
So what I'd love to do is be able to work again with our partners in the valley to identify a larger strategy and be able to come back to you with that. And I think the best place to do that would be in the 27 and future budget process, rather than thinking about the stabilization fund, because these are things that you really can plan for and think about and, you know, create a strategy.
They ought to be in the budget, not an emergency budget. I understand that. Thank you.
Well, I'm happy to go with your guys' recommendations. I mean, I don't have any problem with either of these asks, and I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm new to the stabilization fund conversation, but as I read it, it's like this is kind of what it is for. This is not going to be a long-term funding. It is an unexpected change, even if we know how that happened. But, you know, I kind of feel like we're committed to it. I'm open to using housing funds if everyone thinks that is actually, well, I guess we're not even talking about that. I think we need to move ahead with what we committed to do and keep 2 staff on. In future budgets, we can address both wildfire and, you know, this funding for the outreach service.
Patti.
Yeah, again, I don't feel we have any choice. That the fire, I'm good with 50,000 because you had 35 on there. It should be 50, isn't it?
You wrote it.
I modified it. If you would like
I think
to put, if you would like to put the 50,000 towards it.
There's 50 of the funding summary here, and then you've got. You're confusing me.
I did.
It wasn't hard to do.
That's on me. That's on me.
I didn't know we had the additional.
I want to
funds,
go with
so.
50,000, which is on the third page of your, and I would be cleaner using the stabilization fund for the recovery resources. I'm not quite sure I'm comfortable with the nexus with that and the housing fund. I think it's cleaner, even though I'm upset that we don't have a choice, that this is coming back to us for whatever reasons, but it is a great program, it's needed, and I think we will really scrutinize it in the next budget process. I'm not voting, I'm just telling you that my position.
Love to hear from the other commissioners, and I can detail process too.
So does it have to come back to us to allocate this, or you've got
And
direction?
That's where I was about to jump in, and I realized I hadn't heard. You all have appropriated the funds already for the stabilization, so this is direction. We want to come back to you. So the direction today, we will move forward, and I think, Ashley, you might see a supplemental just in the change for the recovery resources, but there is it will not come back to you for the appropriation.
Okay.
This is it.
Yes.
Decide now.
Yes, I'm looking for direction from the board today.
I don't support using the stabilization fund for the navigators. Again, I think there's other communities that benefit
It's
from
really
the
hard to hear you.
navigators. From the navigators outside of Pitkin. So where is Eagle in this? Where's Garfield? Where is the City of Aspen? It seems like an improper use. This is like the weekly, hey, something's been cut at the federal level. We need to backfill. Last week it was U.S. Forest Service funding for macroinvertebrate studies, and this week it's grant navigators. It seems to me the largest community need we have right now in the summer we just went through is wildfire protections and acting as per the CWPP that we drafted in 2023. So I would prefer to see additional funding going towards either resilience or planning, and the planning could take the form as in the CWPP that says we will work with neighborhoods and address their individual mapping needs. It feels like in the wildfire side we're still addressing the most value at risk as opposed to people, and we need to do both. And that's why we have 220 miles of egress, and we should be focusing on right-of-ways and egress. So I still think the money for the wildfire is too low, and the grant navigators should be coming out of another pocket, not this one.
I think staff has direction.
You think what?
I think staff has direction, but I appreciate.
What do you think the direction is?
What is presented to us, except that 35 is 50.
So let me just summarize and make sure that
186.95 for the outreach, the street outreach, community navigators, and 50,000 for wildfire.
3.5 weeks.
What's that?
3.5 weeks. She gave you an extra 15,000.
So what I'm hearing from the board is support to cover the community navigators out of the stabilization fund at the full 186. The resiliency treatments will increase to 50, which coupled with what's in the manager's office is a total of 90 right now. And then I think that Kevin and we'll be working with a lot of our partners you might see something come up, depends on what the winter will allow, if there's more projects coming up this year versus what gets baked into a 2027 budget discussion.
And I didn't give him 15. This page of the AIS gave him the 15. Doesn't say 35, it says 50.
Yeah, but he reduced it in the meantime, and you just raised it by 15.
No, I'm looking at the paper in front of me.
Anything further on stability?
So we're going to 50 for wildfire?
50 for a
3.5
total of
weeks.
90,000 for these 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Spend
Thank
it
you.
wisely.
Well, thank you.
All right, moving on.
Thanks. Thank you.
So Kim, we're on future calendars. We have stability.
I have a question on future calendars. It looks to me like we have our joint meeting with Aspen at the same time as our Recondo retreat.
No.
Well, that's what my calendar says. Why don't we?
Different days.
Different days. So the joint meeting is on Tuesday the 1st.
It's on Monday.
No, on September 8th.
Oh.
Let me clarify. You have a joint meeting with the AAB next Tuesday on September 1st. Then you have a Recondo retreat on Thursday, September 3rd. And then you have a joint meeting with Open Space and Trails. A joint meeting with the City of Aspen on the 8th.
Open space is on the 1st.
Yeah.
We have 3 meetings on that day.
Okay, well, on future agendas, on Thursday, September 3rd, it says Aspen Fire District Building meeting to be held, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, and that is our,
That's where it is.
That's the location
that's Recondo.
Yeah.
It's not the city of
Oh,
Aspen.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I get it.
Secret meeting.
Okay.
And we can open the meeting there?
We can open the meeting there. So we will open the meeting, have the public Zoom, you all will vote to go into exec, and then we'll.
It's over this far? No.
Yes.
Okay, I understand now, thank you.
Nice.
Jeffrey, may I?
Please. go ahead.
It should be noted on the 15th of September, Francie and I will both miss the work session. So the board knows, we need 3 of you here for a quorum.
Sorry, pick a date, sorry,
15th.
On the 15th,
of September.
yes. The other thing is, talk about packing our schedule.
All right, you're in DC?
That's when we're in DC. So September 3rd is the BoCC retreat with Recondo, and I believe, and we need to verify this, and I'm not sure about the times or place, I heard it today at the ACRA meeting, that the aerial or aero, whatever transit group that's meeting now about the gondola running from point A to point Z is having their presentation, and that's the same time as our Recondo retreat, same date. I'm not sure of time, so if we could look into that.
I don't know what group you're talking about, who is it? What are they
Transportation
doing?
Coalition?
You're on the Transportation
It's at
Coalition.
4 p.m.
I haven't heard about this gondola meeting.
Well, they're having a
4 to
gondola
7
meeting
p.m.
on, and they're presenting it to the community, their plans to put a gondola in.
It might be more than that.
No, I heard today it's called Aerial Transportation Committee.
Well, the Transportation Coalition meeting is the same day, but it's at 4 in the afternoon, 4 until
Well,
7.
then maybe they're doing it then, but we still haven't been presented with the Transportation Coalition plan, have we? Did I miss it?
No, missed anything.
We are meeting on Thursday.
You are, but
The
we
3rd.
have not, as a board, been presented with their plan.
Because we did talk to you about the vote for what was favored in terms of hot lanes and whether or not we were going to cordon Aspen. We did talk about that, but there isn't an active plan. They've been presenting at other places.
Yeah, they presented to, I think, Snowmass in the city of Aspen.
And RAFTA.
But not to us.
No, I
You've
don't think we
talked
have.
about it, but we haven't had I think that we should be in the loop. I especially think we should be in the loop if they're going to be talking about specifics of a gondola that's going to stop at our airport multimodal station.
Did you say anything about talking about gondolas at this meeting?
I haven't heard anything about that.
No, we haven't heard anything about it.
Well, I heard today at ACRA.
No, I know,
And
I
it was
hear you.
Crystal Logan, who sits on this committee, who presented it and said, we're having this meeting on the 3rd.
Really? How
Yes,
interesting.
just heads up.
So
Who's on this committee?
I have no idea. But I know the county's not involved in it for some reason.
So my understanding is that this is a committee of interested people that some were on the coalition, some were not, that wanted to explore the feasibility of aerial. And I'll be very clear that I said you all need to go do it. The county would want to know updates as you get further along, but I did not want to send staff to it at this point, especially because we would become an approver, and I didn't want to mix those realms.
Right.
So I think I'm hearing 2 pieces. One is there interest from this board of inviting the coalition to come and give a full presentation of the recommendations directly to the board? So that it has been mixed in the past of if the board wanted that.
I would recommend we do it after this last, I assume, meeting of the Transportation Coalition.
It was supposed to be last year.
January was supposed to be the last, but
Any of these things are going to involve the airport, so we have to know what's going on.
yeah.
Regardless of the timing. Yeah, I mean, that's an integral part of whatever plan they're putting forth.
Yeah. So that's one thing. The other thing is, I want the board, I think the ACRA afternoon blend is the 4th, which is a Friday. It's a great event. It's at Base of Buttermilk. And I know we have to have tickets. Jeffrey, I got a ticket if anybody else. It's a great event.
October 7th.
What is it again?
It's the ACRA afternoon blend. They do it every year.
October 1.
It's a great
And it's
meeting.
on September 4th?
It's Friday, September 4th in the afternoon
I,
at Buttermilk. I think it's the 4th.
I have it as
I have
October
a s-
7th.
That's what I have a ticket for that, I think.
I've got October 7th.
That's Labor Day. That's a holiday.
No,
No,
October.
October.
Oh, October.
I
don't
will be
have it.
there for that.
I have the flyer somewhere from Amy. I'll get you the flyer. It's upstairs.
Bunch of
Okay.
ski stokes starting up.
But if anybody wants to go, you got to get a ticket, and Amy will get you tickets. It's a great event.
October 7th, 2:30 to 5:30, Buttermilk Mountain Lodge.
Thank you.
AKA Bumps.
AKA Bumps.
BML. October 7th.
EML?
BML, Buttermilk Mountain Lodge.
What's the E for?
Thank you, Jeffrey.
B.
The Buttermilk.
Patty, if you can get me information on the aerial community meeting.
I don't have it.
Oh, okay. I will
Gave
reach
out to
out.
Crystal Logan.
Okay, I'll reach out and get more information.
Yeah.
I'm sure Tony knows all about it.
That's why I didn't bring it up till now. Okay.
Well, you know, we did have that presentation from SKICO, so I sort of thought we were standing back and letting SKICO run with it. That's been my impression.
They did bring it up as part of their presentation at ACRA today, too.
They did they?
They
I'll be
want to
darned.
connect all the mountains.
Jeff and Dave?
Yeah, and Chris.
There was a meeting
Okay.
last Monday at SKICO, their conference room. that-
75 people, is that their biggie?
And they had these two guys from New Zealand present on what they're doing. It's approved moving forward, not completed, to connect Queenstown, the airport, Queenstown, and housing. And it's like two legs of. It was interesting to see how they did it and issues they had. And so there was a big meeting about that. It wasn't Transportation Coalition specifically. It was, but a bunch of SKICO people were there, and including their planners and Tanner and Jeff.
Yeah, it's there, every quarter or something, they do a big.
Crystal was there, yeah, and I was there. But it
Hannah
wasn't
there?
like a group that was organized. It was, Michael was like, this is for people who want to just hear.
Was Hannah there?
Hannah was not there.
She's on the current Transportation Coalition small group.
Yeah, that's why I don't think it was exactly that group. I'm not
Right.
sure why. I think the ski company brought these guys over.
It's called Whoosh or Zip or something.
What's that?
The company from New Zealand, the device.
I don't remember.
Right.
It's just, everybody's planning this, talking about this gondola that's gonna stop at our airport and serve gourmet breakfast as you fly by. And the county is like not in the loop at all. I think it's the county airport. So
I'm glad
hopefully,
we're not yet.
I mean, it was purely just a presentation on what's going on in Queenstown. It was,
And that's all we have at the Transportation Coalition
Yeah.
too, was a presentation one day, like 3 hours on gondola systems all over the
Yeah,
world. now.
elsewhere.
That's all. And then we sort of dropped it.
well, it's
It's not
kicking,
part of our plan.
well, it's out there, just to warn you, heads up.
Yeah.
So you can order your gourmet breakfast at Brush Creek and pick it up when you stop at the airport.
Do you want to turn the page and talk City of Aspen joint meeting?
Yeah.
Can't wait.
So we've got 3 items that we've been discussing for the joint meeting with the city. The city has offered some time to talk about what the county's planning for Healthy Community Fund is one of them. The other piece is probably the main part of it, what we've talked about and we're coordinating is bringing Chief Anderson in and talking about the efforts that the county and city with the fire district have been doing in the wildfire.
Efforts they're doing what?
Sorry, the efforts we're doing in the wildfire fuels reduction, and kind of building on some of the other, what are the other opportunities. And then the third part that we've talked about is bringing in, I want to say the wrong consultant name, so I apologize, our water consultants.
Jennifer DeLala.
I was going to say Mead and Hunt, which is not the right one. It's some other M.
Jennifer DeLala.
Yes, Jennifer. But to share a little bit with the city of the county's, strategy as it relates to purchasing shares and preserving elements of the river, since that is now some of the information publicly. And so being able to share and have Jennifer come in for part of that conversation and talk about the county's water strategy.
Sounds like a full meeting to me.
Earth, fire, and water.
City's hosting it, so Rachel will be chairing it.
Yes. Are there any other items?
Yeah, let's add some gondolas to that. Earth, air, fire, and
Did I
water.
miss anything, Jeffrey?
Yeah, we can use it for air.
How much do we need to
Great
discuss
idea.
the water strategy? Like, I know we've had a lot of meetings about water and taken a lot of steps, but was there an overarching strategy so that we're in like the messaging when we're there?
For Pitkin County?
Yeah, at the joint meeting, like we're
Oh.
considering purchases. I don't think it's like formalized in some sort of
Water be wet.
plan. Yeah. So I just before we go into the meeting and I don't know.
I think the
Do we need to
intention-
discuss that?
Yeah, I think the intention was that we would let Jennifer lead on it too, and so
And
because it will
Anne-Marie.
be a public meeting, so she will share what works, what can be shared publicly as far as you all have been talking about. And I think working with Ryan and Marie of setting up that strategy and presentation, so you all can add color to it from your perspectives, but don't have to drive that conversation.
Are you wondering whether there's an ultimate amount of water we want to buy, that kind of thing?
Well, I feel like the strategy is what we've been doing is great, but I don't think it follows some master plan that we put together. It's like we're presented, we make a decision, and the next time we make it maybe the same decision, maybe different decision. So I just want to make sure when questions come that we're even on the same page as what the strategy is.
What do we
we need
need?
to?
Well, we'd have to have a whole meeting to.
We need a mini retreat.
Look how quickly he's come on
Yeah.
board.
You're out of here.
I would say that there are so few shares available at any particular time
Yeah.
that we are in a position of responding when they become available.
Okay.
rather
And that's a
than having-
strategy, yeah.
Yeah. That's my idea of where we are.
Okay.
And I think what we loosely talked about, it was mostly just the board's strategy and why acquisition of shares matters. You know, I think at a really high level, saying why using some of Healthy Rivers and Streams for acquisition of shares is part of the strategy of what you're looking for, rather than like what's the total amount or anything. So even at a higher level.
Even that's helpful, yeah.
Yeah.
And my position is I wish that we could be partners with the city, since literally the water runs through it.
Yeah.
It's a huge benefit to the city and their water issues through town.
Department updates.
Oh golly, are we doing that?
I have one other future
Please.
agenda item. This is
Sorry.
more
I meant to grab my notebook, I didn't.
long term, but I have been working with Eagle County, kind of following up even on the joint meeting with Lake County. Eagle County is interested in having potentially a joint meeting maybe in October, November, so I want to see when that is. Just to talk about the closure, the coordination between Eagle and Aspen, what we're planning. And so I wanted to plant that seed. We'll be looking at further dates, but seeing where the board, if the board one is interested in a joint meeting with Eagle later this fall.
I'd love to.
Well, we did it on skis usually.
That's true.
Is there an
would you-
urgency before, is there a need to do it before typical winter?
We want to do it before the airport closes.
Yeah.
Right, of course.
It's part of
And
our
one of
plan.
the things, if we're looking at a date, and maybe it's a little bit later on in the season too, is, you know, I offer that staff can come to their meetings and give updates, and, you know, staff can be the liaison between of what the questions are, but just wanted to provide the opportunity for you all to meet as a joint body before the airport closure.
Like, good idea.
We can work it out. I may be off sometime in October. I haven't looked at dates yet, so, but.
Yeah. That is all I have.
Department updates.
Starts with me.
Commissioner Clapper.
I'm going to be really quick. I already kind of updated you on ACRA. NACO, I will be leaving the work retreat. I hate that word. That meeting with Recondo to attend a NACO Transportation Policy Group meeting because they're going to do grant updates, etc. So if I sneak out for a half an hour, I'll sneak back in. It's right at lunchtime. Northwest COG, Jeffrey, they have a meeting on the 17th. I'm coming back from DC, and the soonest I can get back into Eagle is 2:30 if the planes align, like the stars align, which we don't know. So I don't know if you want to attend that meeting in my stead. I think it's in Gypsum. I'll let you know.
All I have is Teams right now is all it says.
Yeah, and I will talk with Alyssa Shank, who's chairman of COG before, because I've got some issues I think they're going to discuss, and I have some
It
input.
says Steamboat Springs or Route County location.
Oh, really? I won't be able to get there, and I don't know if you want to go that far.
Microsoft Teams meeting.
Microsoft.
Zoom, like.
Oh, I don't do those. And then the Intermountain TPR, I'm still, we're trying to figure out who's going to be sitting on that. Now that Brian's gone, I've been talking with Scott. We're still trying to work that out. And the Justice Committee meeting, we haven't heard anything. I don't know if Ted has. So that's me. I'm done. Out of here.
Commissioner Jacober.
The annual water seminar that the Colorado River District puts on is on Friday, the 18th of September. It's in Grand Junction. If you can possibly go, I really encourage it. It's always an incredible event, and you will learn a lot. It's a really good event. And I imagine they'll have some more information on the compact by then, although it was published. It came out a little bit different than we had thought it was going to. It came out with actually less conservation in the lower basin, and it's pretty well, I would say the River District pretty much thinks, and so did Luke Runyon, that I'll talk about in a minute, believes that under this agreement, we will hit dead pool and we will not be able to create electricity at either reservoir. So that's where it's at. So, you know. Luke Runyon from NPR was the speaker at the Crystal Valley Environmental Protection Association meeting a couple of nights ago. It was at the barn at RVR. He and Paul Anderson spoke, and that was the entire meeting. Food, slow grooving. And every meeting I go to that has food, it's slow grooving.
That's the problem with the crystal, right?
What?
That's the problem with in the crystal.
Yeah.
Get
And Paul just sort of reminisced, and Luke talked about the Colorado Compact and the Colorado River, basically. What else do I do? CAST is Thursday. Let you know more on that. Public lands, we're all caught up on that. Let's see. CPW, I wrote to Matt the other day. I said, is there anything we need to catch up on? And he said, I don't think so. So, you know, it's bears, bears, bears. There's so many bear incidents that they're just swamped with calls every
I
day.
had one trying to get my dog door the other morning.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. The poor bears. It's just really desperate for them. It's terrible.
Poor dog. It's her door.
And the Transportation Coalition will meet on whatever that day is, the 3rd or whatever the day we decided it was. And, you know, we'll get back to you on that after we hear where they think they're going. I think they're still pretty focused on the hot lanes as a first step, and then the cordon as the second step, depending on how things work out. But Raft is not fully on board with that, so I really don't know what's going to happen when we have our meeting. We'll see. That's all I have.
Thanks.
That's all. I can be quick. APCHA, we got Matthew's quarterly update last week, 2 weeks ago. So that was annual budget, which went over, well, you can tell me how it went over, but we talked about it for a while. There's some work sessions coming up with them about potential policy changes, but nothing really more to report there. CCI Mountain District last week was good. Mobile home park amendments are still pretty well received with a lot of feedback on those. The real estate transfer fee has support and it has some non-support, which I don't think is a surprise.
How much support does it have?
I mean, there's some folks from mountain communities who could see the benefit, but you know, and I will admit I didn't do the best job presenting it as a comparison to work around Tabor, and that immediately raised tons of red flags from all the other districts, not surprisingly, but I still defend that call by getting it out there in the open and not pretending it's something it isn't.
It's when you duck and run.
And that, I mean, that was kind of the topics that we talked about there. There were some good presentations. Trying to think, River District, yeah. Was it the River District? Jeffrey, who was that? That was really good.
Who spoke?
CBW spoke on wildlife crossings that are existing.
What did they say about wildlife crossings?
They were just kind of reporting on these underpasses that they put in I-70 and some other plans around the state.
Where are they?
They are Vail Pass.
I keep.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that
yeah,
one.
Vail
Yeah,
Pass,
right,
what I meant
right,
to say.
right. Yeah.
They're big and they're beautiful.
Underpasses.
Yeah, well, they were redoing Vail Pass and moving
I
around
kept
the
looking
road.
up, going, where are they?
They're big underpasses. There's some question whether they're big enough for moose and elk. And, you know, CDOT and QIT actually put them together, and
Depends
the
on your
presentation was like, they're good for lots of things, and they may be good enough for that. We haven't really, I think they'll be good enough.
Well, the one that we have out by Cozy Point or wherever it is out there is not big enough for elk.
Oh, this is much bigger. This is
It's much bigger than that?
70 feet wide and 15, it's a highway.
15 feet tall?
Yeah.
It's big.
Anyway, I think that's kind of it on CCI and AFCHA.
Greg Postman.
Okay, let's see, Board of Health, just looking back at the last update, we had a bat infestation. We had a presentation on that at the last meeting. That seems to have been remediated, but there was a lot of stress around that, as we knew when people came in and spoke to us. It seems that the summer increase in COVID-19 has been happening. Nobody's too concerned about the cyclospora. I may have mispronounced that.
I think you got it right.
Measles, did they see?
Nothing on measles. No big news here. The things that, all the radon tests that the county had have been handed out, and they're trickling in. There's a lot of incorrect, or they're inconclusive because they're incorrectly captured. So we can see, we'll probably expect more on radon. At Smuggler Superfund site is just always so interesting because I'm not convinced there's anything real to be worried about there, but Patti may have a different perspective on that. It's a very expensive.
The thing to worry about is the federal government.
Right, yeah, they're the biggest threat, right? Maybe that'll go away, who knows? Let me see if there's anything else for Board of Health. We will have some people on the Board of Health are certainly behind the Healthy Community Fund renewal. They understand the importance of that, and the staff was very helpful up until the point where they couldn't help us anymore. But so Ted and I are leading the charge on that, and I think we're in a good place. But that's a different topic. You might be interested in this. Public Health has come up with a public health acronym list, which I can share with all of you if you'd like to see it. There are 70 acronyms that they throw around regularly, which may be kind of fun for you to read, so I'll share those via Amy. We had a fantastic letter from Billy Wynn, who's the new interim director of Community Health Services, just talking about the value of that service. That's going to be very helpful to us as we explore all these services that the county offers. That's probably it for public health. Not much else going there. RAFTA. RAFTA's, I have my agenda meeting tomorrow for RAFTA. But the most exciting thing is that, I've got to look at the date here real quick.
September 9th, isn't it?
Is it the September 9th? Thank you. RAFTA is going to be rolling out and ribbon cutting on the battery electric buses. We have 11 new buses.
Up here, which
and
is
they will be
great.
rolling it out at the 9:30 a.m. on September 9th out at the Aspen Maintenance Facility. And then at 10 there will be an optional battery electric bus ride to the Maroon Bells. Media will be invited. We'll be doing photo ops, and this will be very exciting. I definitely plan to be there. Another RAFTA topic is it's time once again. I'm on the review committee for the CEO, Kurt's review, and so I'll be working on that probably with Alyssa Shank.
And are you having a presentation from JCE on that, at that meeting, on the next meeting?
We're going to talk about that tomorrow, so I can't tell you anything else about that yet.
Okay.
RAFTA did, Kurt and I spoke, and we talked about the RAFTA, the shuttle service at the airport is of an interesting concern because clearly the RAFTA bus stop on 82 is not going to serve a lot of passengers on the airplanes as it does now. But there is a plan for RAFTA to do a separate dedicated shuttle service for passengers to Snowmass Village in Aspen. That is part of the discussions around the airport, and I think it'd be great to get a briefing on that to see how far along it is, because that's going to be an essential element if we're trying to use public transportation, and including RAFTA in the inner loop at the airport. So when you come out of the airport, you've got a bus to get on that isn't 100 yards away. That's just something I always bring up because I don't want anybody to forget about it. But that might be time sometime soon to talk about programming on how that might work, and if it's going to go that way. What else was there? There were some other conversations, which I'll probably get to in my next update. Rudai Water and Power, we're having our retreat on Friday. As you've probably seen, Rudai has been releasing water, and the levels at Rudai are dropping pretty rapidly. And the water releases change almost every day, it seems. And so I'm getting updates on that pretty much daily. The current reservoir release is about, it's over 400 CFS.
A day?
408 CFS is where they're going to be. Yeah.
during the day.
So, so then our retreat will be on this Friday, and let me see if there's anything else there that might be interesting.
Well, on that, Luke Runyon showed a photograph of the 15-mile reach, which is
Looks
one
like
of the
a
reasons
trickle.
this water's being released. Oh my God, it is so low and it's so
Nothing there.
brown.
Yeah.
I don't know how fish are surviving in it.
We're going to have a financial discussion at RWAPA just to talk about how we are with our books, as we do every year, just to be apprised of the financial. Nothing too exciting happening there. The board and I, we have a new director, Paula Stepp, who's done amazing. She's extremely knowledgeable and proactive and engaged. And my biggest concern is that she's doing more than we can afford to pay her for. So I keep saying, keep track of your hours. We're not going to pay you any more than we can afford to. And she gets it. It's been a really busy summer with all the releases and fire issues and other things, and the drought issues. So she's done a great job so far already in her first 9 months. So that's RWAPA. Opioid settlement, I did see something I will share with you very briefly. Biannual meeting was last week for the opioid settlement, and all I can say is that high country harm reduction, HR, high.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've lost it.
That's
It's
appropriate for
basically once a
opioids.
week. I know.
High.
It's once a week there in Pitkin County, but honestly, it doesn't seem like we are where the epicenter of problems are with opioid, and
Well,
so.
didn't we get like $7,000 from that or
It's-
something?
We
yeah.
pooled it too.
And there are other surrounding counties who seem to really need it more and are getting the lion's share. That's all I've got for you.
Thanks.
If you want to know more, I can dig deeper. Thank you.
Colorado Basin Roundtable has a special meeting this week, and they're talking about a contribution program. The contribution program is $100 million to the four upper basin states, and it's basically looking at how do we voluntarily curb our consumption, and there's a $100 million pool available. So we're meeting in a special meeting this Friday to discuss. CCAT, we met with Rep. Basnecker last week regarding mobile homes, and he's receptive to the two pieces of legislation, or one piece of legislation that we would look for, which is extending the period to 180 days and then increasing notification, so the two things we were looking for. There's not as much of an appetite to talk about rent or rent stabilization or rent control, even though we were joined by the Colorado Poverty Law Center, and that's clearly what they would like to see in mobile home park legislation. While we're empathetic to it, it may not, and I've had follow-up conversations with some of you, it may not help our case in terms of overall acquisitions if rent controls were in place. What does that mean for the overall price tag? And then I did have a follow-up this week also with CCAT chairing. I met with the Colorado State Fire Chiefs, and we talked about wildfire detection. They want money for everything. They're the chiefs, so they want detection, suppression, additional staffing, additional technology. While they're broadly supportive, they're concerned over price tags of the technology. And so the joy of what we came forward with is not a one-size-fits-all. Communities could look at different forms of technology. We've portrayed this as Pitkin is agnostic and CCAT is agnostic, whether it's satellite or camera. And so that's playing well in that we're not saying here you must use X. And what we portrayed to the chiefs, and they said, well, why do you need it, Pitkin? And what we shared was that the egress routes, whether it's over Independence and into Twin Lakes and Lake County or through Garfield and Eagle, require a fuller, broad coverage of the state. And so, the next steps on that is really to go back to Division of Fire Prevention and Control. We've already met with the Division of Insurance. Division of Insurance is on board because, again, it helps with the overall affordability and availability of homeowners insurance in the state of Colorado. So
I talked to quite a few people at the Water Congress about it and tried to get them interested. Obviously we had a wildfire presentation. Everywhere you go, you have a wildfire presentation. So after that, I talked to several people about it. And they all seemed pretty interested. And they also talked about that 308 that I was telling you about.
Yeah. So I actually wrote a piece of paper on 308, what we're supplying, and there was a third one. So there was the proposition that's coming forward. There's also something else that the Division of Insurance put forward. There's sort of three things that are circulating in it. So Pitkin, 308, and there's a third I'm going to blank on the name of, but there's three propositions. And I wrote sort of a one-pager for CCAT to say, okay, send this to the chiefs. Here's the three different proposals. They're not the same. And what we're seeing in a lot of the proposals or propositions, initiatives that are coming forward at the state level this ballot year is really in the case of 308, 308's taking money from sports equipment and allocating it to wildfire.
Is that what it is?
That's what it's doing, yeah. So it's wildfire preparedness. It doesn't say technology. And I'm happy to share with the board a one-pager that goes through the three different proposals. So it lists Pitkin, it lists 308, and there's a third one.
And isn't Taryn Udall bringing that? Isn't she the sponsor of that?
I think so.
Interesting that she is.
A lot of what we're seeing again is sort of kind of like 175. 175 is taking money from taking money from healthcare and education and moving it to
putting
roads.
it in roads.
This one that you've described is taking it out of existing uses and saying, oh, we need it for wildfire. So these are not new funding sources, they're reallocation of existing funding.
Which is really all Colorado can do right now.
Yeah. So not new taxes is what so when you're reading it as a consumer, you'll read, oh, it's not a new tax, there's no increase, but it's the same tax that you have on sporting goods, just reallocated.
I didn't realize it was from sporting goods.
Yeah. Open discussion.
I've got one. Just Amy forwarded a letter that came via open space from staff at RAFTA regarding signing on a letter to the governor or to the attorney general regarding enforcement of e-moto regulations. House Bill 251197 was passed last year, but it's never really been enforced. And the concern is about e-motos on public right-of-ways, and these are basically electric motorcycles. They're much more than an e-bike. And so there's a lot of false marketing and advertising around them, and a lot of people are buying them for their kids. And these things are heavy, dangerous, and fast, and they're illegal. So basically, it's a sign-on letter to the Attorney General to, please do something about this. Here's some options for you. If you could look at the letter, and we can talk about whether or not we want to sign on, because RAFTA asked us. RAFTA staff suggested that we might want to through Jesse at Open Space.
So do we need to sign on as a board or individually?
We're going to be meeting, I think, the sign-on opportunity sooner rather than later, because I think it has to be submitted by a certain date coming up very soon. Let me tell you what that is.
Can we print out a copy and discuss it at open discussion tomorrow?
Amy should have that for you, yeah. If you take printed copies, Amy will have that, and we can get those at the meeting tomorrow. And I believe there is a date on here, I just don't see it.
I just wanted to mention the letters that we've been getting. I think there's been 3 encouraging us not to sell Snowmass Falls to the Forest Service because the Forest Service has undergone significant changes and is not trustworthy anymore. And it's just a really sad sign of our times that people are feeling that we're putting this property at risk by selling it to the Forest Service.
I'm not sure we can talk about that in open discussion because it's before us tomorrow.
I'm just talking about the letters we got. So, I just, I don't want to ignore the letters, but.
Read Holly McLean's recent letter from today.
What?
Read Holly McLean's recent letter from today.
Well, I got hers a while ago.
No,
but
she
then there was
changed her
2 more.
position today.
2 other people. Susie Ellison and somebody else.
Holly changed her position today.
Oh, I didn't realize that. In a letter to us?
Yes.
Oh, I just
And there were
looked.
letters from others, there are letters from on both sides of it, from people who are experts.
Uh-huh. Yeah, just.
It's too bad, though, I agree with you.
So Jeffrey, do you have open discussion or are you?
I imagine
You're just going to sit here for the next half an hour
Any further
waiting.
open discussion from the board?
I figured
Mr.
you might have
Borst.
something back there.
Levi's here.
Mr. Borst, from the manager's office.
Presently.
City manager's office?
Quickly, Jeffrey, the third item was B 5.57 aerial imaging.
Yeah.
Greg, the deadline is September 1st for the RAFTA letter.
Ah, thank you.
So that's
You have the
ahead
deadline.
of, I
Ahead
think
of our
when
meeting.
Open Space is with you on September 3rd, maybe?
But we can discuss
talk
it
to you
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Absolutely, yep.
Right.
So
Just
like
wanted to make sure
hard
you knew the
copy would be
deadline.
great.
And then finally, before I left on leave, I had written a letter from the BoCC to BLM about cyanide M44s.
Right.
And I was just curious if the board wanted me to submit that.
I would say yes.
Yeah, please. It was well written, as always.
Doesn't affect Pitkin County, we know that.
Not yet.
Not yet.
No, and just to remind you guys, Mark Catlin wrote one for Pitkin to the BLM as well.
Yep. That's it for me. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all?
I can keep going.
He'll be back.
Any further?
Last thing, I have a child who is performing in their capstone performance in Cleveland on October 8th. So I'm going to fly to Cleveland on the 7th. Just so you know, I'll be out of town those couple days. Going to see a performance of
What
something,
days
but I
are
know not
those?
what.
We do not have board meetings on the 7th or the 8th.
Right, so we're good, yeah. I just wanted to let
Of
you know.
October?
But you're missing.
October.
But you're missing afternoon blend.
I'm gonna miss afternoon blend and RAFTA.
And I told Ted this, but I'll tell you guys that my granddaughter placed first in her age class at the Telluride Mountain Run, 40-mile run at 13,000 feet. And she was 3rd overall for women.
How old is she?
Very exciting.
That's amazing.
Yeah, great,
She's
that's great.
26.
That's amazing.
Well
It was
done.
incredible. 11 hours. Yeah, it was
That's why they
pretty
make
cool.
gondolas.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't top that.
No.
Well, nobody in the her 20s can,
Yeah.
Were
obviously.
there any injuries to report? Okay.
All right.
I don't want to end on a somber note, but we lost both Dale Coombs and Jack Arbeen last week.
Yeah.
So
And I lost a raccoon.
And Steen Gansel.
And Dolly Parton today.
You know, Dolly Parton at 80.
Dolly Parton died today.
Do we know a cause of death?
They didn't release the cause of death, but they said she died quietly at home.
That's horrible. She's only 80.
I know.
Yeah.
We are adjourned. Thank you all.
See you tomorrow.
I didn't know about any of those.
Anybody need a ride?
Not rating. I'm gonna ride my bike.